Bless you.
Thank you.
Rahubat, Issa.
Mm.
Here's another show going into the blood. We're gonna let the brothers on the panel introduce themselves quickly.
Breaking up.
How about now? You hear me?
Try it again. Go ahead.
You can hear me now?
Talking to the thing.
Yeah,
go
clear.
ahead.
Right. We get into blood about and antigens and what this is really about. So we're gonna let the brothers introduce themselves once again. Whoever wants to go first, that's fine.
Rahubat Yasal. I begin all things with y'all. I was just, my attention is to address the most recent Nuwabian assassin video. He had called out and said for those who know to step forward. And so we are stepping forward to inform him. Assassin and I have previously spoke, not recently this year, but previously in the past, and I made reference to exactly what the blood was and how it pertains to us. So that's basically one of the reasons why we're conducting this, is we found the research and using the right methodology with the nine mind to decipher the lies and come to the truth. So without further ado, I'll just pass the mic so someone else can introduce themselves.
Hey, peace and infinite divine blessings. This is the master sound therapist, Nuwapians, also known as the Magic Man. Sending peace and divine blessings to all Melanites and everyone else on mission planet Earth. But anyway, on that note, I'm going to put my phone on pause and I'll chime in from time to time. Okay? But I know that we're doing this in all due respect. But remember, unity is key.
You're up, Brother Gregory. Brother Gregory, you there? Malachi. Brother Malachi.
Oh, I'm here. My bad. I was talking. I had the phone. I had it on mute. Yes, I'm Gregory Jackson. I'm one of the ones that was mentioned in there. My channel, Gregory Jackson, Black Sun. And first of all, Rahu is back. Rahu is back. To all. So we're addressing, I'm not going to speak on the blood, but I'm going to address any other things I feel like addressing within the video that I know. Or I was questioning about, asked about. Please. Go ahead, Malachi. Take over, Terry, whatever y'all going to do.
Y'all there? Okay.
Yeah, I'm here. Somehow Malachi got knocked out. This is his.
I know. That's so weird, but we still live. Yeah, he dropped out, but we still live. I guess I just.
You can start off. We're gonna address the blood and everything, right?
Correct, but I'm going to use a source, the Master Teacher's works, called the Wazufu, the Science of Sound Healing, Part 1, for the
Talk up sometime.
for the Cosmosians of AMOM. The introduction, it states that, first and foremost, read this with an open mind. This is the only way you will make the journey within. In you, or in your search to reconnect yourself with your etheric parents who reside on the realms of higher than this one, you must read this as an empty vessel awaiting to be filled with divine. Level this word for the next, this perhaps part 1, part 2, part 3, and part 4, and all of the Wazufu series is a part of the AMOM, yet it is for all of the devoted followers of the Supreme Grandmaster Yanan Malachi Zeduk. So it goes on to say, you who will spiritually enlighten. It will help you in your many searches to realign yourself in the all. Take my hand as you enter as a babe to learn all there is to know. As a student, you shall learn the divine way of Nuwabu, which is right knowledge, right wisdom, and right understanding, which will lead you on a path of sound right reasoning. You have 360 degrees of spiritual knowledge and 360 degrees of physical, adding up to what is known as 720 degrees of complete knowledge of this earth school. In this pamphlet and others like this, you will learn of the spiritual knowledge so that you may realign yourself spiritually for what is yet to come. As you travel down this mysterious road, you will come upon this unique and profound wisdom will help you reach an even higher level of absolute inner perfection. But be patient in your studies and study diligently so that you will master all there is to know about this realm and the next. I just want to start with that as my main source of methodology, that I use the sound right reasoning as my form to, for the nine mind to decipher through these lies that's in this world, and that's how I came up with these findings to this present information about they're trying to push as works of the master teacher. And to me, they don't make sense, because with this information he just gave, that right there should show you, that this new information doesn't add up. All his old information works. I'm a student teacher of the master teacher. I love the master teacher. And I'm going to make this clear. I love Nuwabian Assassin as a brother. I'm not against him, But at the same time, he's going to have to use a better form of method researchology, you know what I mean? He's going to have to find a better way to bring information about to these people, because he has, quite a bit of followers, 980, and they're coming to him for either to be entertained or a source of information. And I'm going to do the same, be a source of mainly of information and entertainment secondly, So, I'm going to pass the mic. I didn't set the tone. I did my introduction. You back with us, Brother Malachi?
Yeah, I'm back. I don't know what happened there. But yeah, so I'm gonna share my screen and I'm gonna pull up this article so we can go over this real quick. If that's cool. If anyone wants to add anything before I do that.
Yeah, I was gonna continue to add if anybody wants to chime in.
Yeah, go ahead, brother.
All right. Basically, I had already addressed this issue with Assassin. Tried to help him. My intentions are always to help and inform those that don't know. And I'm gonna be honest about this. I'm a wise man, and I know that I don't know anything at all, but I'm learning a lot. And an even wiser man would say, you'll never know it all, but you can learn a lot.
Don't mind. Let me share this right quick. Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I hear you, brother.
Okay. This is the master sound therapist who we rock our tune. First of all, let's be real and start, not with us. I'm just saying anyone who's listening to this live or when this is going to be aired or archived. What they call in Wazufa now is no different than what he released back in the Ansar Allah community, Nubian Islamic Hebrews, when it was called Wazifa, spelled with a DH. And anyone who studied the language, you understand? It's nothing new. The only thing that might be a minor change is how he took it from Allah, which was the name that was used through that particular school, right? And he's using Pa Temtar, whatever they're calling now, or Pa Kalum or El Kalum, which is the all. Because there are different phases. What I'm talking about, and this is key, and I always say this, and I can't say this enough about my twin spirit sister. We come along with perfect harmony of sound therapy. The key is always in the sound. If anyone who studied the languages, who's fluent in the languages, even I think what you just read, the good brother who just read from that pamphlet, the Master Series, Wazoo, right? That's dealing with soundproof healing. The key is always in the sound. So bottom line is, whether it's old school or new school, we got to get to a point where those of us, whether you're former Ansars or you're coming into what they call it the doctrine nowadays, is take that information and make use of it. Not to be, going back and forth because it's holding up the process. The key is in the sound. You got some people who never made it to those schools. You got some people who's trapped in these schools now, all over this planet. And I'm mainly talking about Melanite people. Melanite people, and I think I got to give a shout out to Brother Nas. He really made a valid point when he dropped Stillmatic, when he said that it's poison. Okay? Religion taught the wrong way is poison. It became poisonous to us. If you really look at it and look at us on this planet, okay, the fact of the matter is, yeah, we were the first ones here, right? But if you look at it and you look at the conditions of us as a people, right now we're not controlling anything, and the rest of the world, whether they believe it, and of course they know they didn't originate it, but look what they're doing with it. They're taking it, whether it was, of course it was not theirs, but I'm gonna show you the power of people say it's not about belief, it's about fact. But these people believe that they're the original people, and look at what they look at what they have, opposed to what we have as a people. For one thing, they wouldn't have what they have if they had a whole bunch of people like us within our tribe, within our nation, that's constantly going back and forth, and it is really holding up progress. And I'm going to say this again, the key is always in the sound. So whether this is what appear to be new information, it's really not. You just switch the word from all, apokalum, temtar, whatever they're using now. They're called the all. It's no different of saying Allah when was going to that particular school. I just wanted to share that right quick.
That's good, brother. Thank you for that energy. You stay bringing that.
Brother Malachi, do you have the image with all the blood types categorized, or the blood groups, that image? Can we share that first?
Yeah, I can pull it up. Give me a moment.
All right, thank you.
But if you want to just expand any further while I look this up, you could.
Okay, I will. My argument is based on my findings. Only reason why I made the statement of an argument is because someone can object, but they'd have to object within my findings, and my findings lead me to the knowledge and the fact that the original and the oldest blood type is O negative, no Rh factors. It's the oldest. That's my position, and I'm sticking to it. I'm standing on it until someone can present me with a body of work that.
Speak up, Terry.
Until
Speak
someone
up.
can present. All right, you hear me? Can you hear me? Until someone.
Yeah, I hear you. Just giving a little bit more life to it. That's all. Go ahead.
All right. Until someone can present me with a body of work that proves this information otherwise, I'm going to present it to the masses. I'm going to present it to our people who I love and want to make sure they are well informed and make a well informed decision, But do you have that? Let me see. I can't see it, but I'm pretty sure it's probably on the screen. I'm going to go and point out something about the blood types.
No,
He hasn't shared it yet?
oh, no, he ain't put nothing up there yet. I don't see nothing. Malachi. We wait for you to put that up. Yeah,
Yeah, let's do that right now.
Okay. It says it starts with Group A, Group B, and Group AD. I want to start with that image, and then I was going to make a statement from this other research that I had found. Excuse me. Okay. What does the letters in blood type mean is one of my first questions. And the answer I found was blood types. The main red blood cell groups are A, B, AB, and O. The letters stand for two antigens, chemical substances that can be triggered or targeted by one's immune system, labeled A and B. Those are the two antigens and the names, and basically how they come up with the letters involving the blood type. Am I breaking up? Can y'all hear me? Got it.
Yeah, we have.
Yeah, we hear you, Terry.
Okay. All right. Next, I was going to touch on the article. Let's see here. Where did this stuff come from? Like, who was the originator, the scientist that came up with this information? How did they even, someone had to conduct research. So I conducted research to find out who was the one that originated this research. And my findings led me to an Australian American known as Carl Landsteiner. Carl Landsteiner was let's see here. Okay. He was let's see. I'll go back. I'll just start with the article. Brother Malachi, are you ready? You can. Huh?
Can you see the big screen?
Hold on, let me see something. Because me, if I go back, I'm on the phone, so I'm multitasking through this, so I can't see your screen through YouTube. And then on the Hangout,
back up,
it's
man. Yeah, then it moved.
Well, that's okay. They could freeze it and see what that is. But basically, where we got that information was from Google, because this is public domain, basic information, and we're giving you the basics first, so that way to set the tone and see where we're coming from, so that way we'll keep it right and exact. Now the site that I'm on is called Medical Dictionary, and it's about the Rh factors. It starts off this way because that's how the originator or the original doctor who came up with any of the information we know presently about the blood types. This is how and why he came up with them, because the motivation of them was due to the fact that they had clotting problems. A clot is something that your blood does in defense to stop you from bleeding. And Assassin had made a little comment to wonder why Jamaicans say blood clot or Ross clot. Is because if you get a blood clot in your brain, you'll die from an aneurysm, you know. So blood clots are good. You get a blood clot in your heart, you could die from a heart attack, you know. So blood clots aren't good. They stop up stuff in your veins. Let me go here and all right, Brother Malachi, can you start off on the RH factor page, screen share that one? It's about the research of the discovery of the factors. I'll pick up on history.
Sure, you can see my screen right now?
I can't.
It's not skin, so make sure they up here. It came and then it went back up.
Okay.
I can see it on your where your camera picture is, but it's not on the full screen. Like you just had it up there and then flashed away.
I think it's because when someone else speaks, it changes to the person that's speaking.
Nah, man. When Malachi's talking, it's showing up, but he got to share it on the screen properly.
Is it there now?
Okay.
It'll stay there while. Every time you talk, it pops up. So somehow you got it in your picture instead of on the screen.
I think I got to mute out.
There we go.
Okay, there it goes.
Now you ain't got to mute out. Go ahead, Terry.
Okay.
It's up now.
Go ahead, Malachi.
You should be able to see it right now as you see us when we talk.
Yeah.
Now you should see it.
All right. Yeah. Terry, you can see it now, right?
Yes, I see it.
Okay. All right. So it says RH factor is also called rhesus factor because it was first discovered in the blood of rhesus monkey. Small monkeys from India often used for experimentation. RH factor is an antigen, a substance which stimulates the production of antibodies to fight foreign invaders such as viruses, bacteria. A given individual either has the antigen already in their blood, meaning they are RH positive, or they don't, meaning they are RH negative. A patient's RH status affects how he or she handles blood transfusions or organ transplants. And that's pretty much, people don't know that the body rejects. A lot of transplants don't go through because the body's rejecting different blood types. You want to continue on history?
Yes, I'll continue from here, but I was also going to expound on your statement.
Mm-hmm.
For example, the reason why the original and the correct universal donor is O negative, because sorry, I had a call. All right. Excuse me. It's because, say, for example, I was to give you a transfusion and I was O negative and you were positive. If I place my blood in your blood, it would immediately begin to clot and kill you. So you could not put my blood in your blood, even though we have the same original type. Like if you have O and I have O, it depends on that factor. We both have to have O negative in order for you to receive my blood. And if you had the factor, you couldn't receive any of the negative blood types. None of them. If you are any of the positive blood types, cannot receive in a transfusion any of the negative blood types. But I'll continue from where it leaves off on this article about history. One moment. I have to pull it up on my screen because mine is different in order for me to see it. Okay. Okay. Prior to the 20th century, blood and its functions were poorly understood. In trying to survive the problem of serious blood loss from injury, doctors tried to inject transfused blood from another person or an animal into the injured patient. In some cases, this worked and the patient recovered. In many more cases, however, the blood transfusion actually harmed the patient, often causing death. Now one product, no one could produce which type of reaction would occur as a result of a blood transfusion. So by the beginning of the 19th century, most European nations had outlawed the practices of blood transfusion. About 1900, Australian American physician Carl Landsteiner, 1968 through 1943, developed an explanation for the phenomenon of blood rejection. Landsteiner found that human blood serum, the liquid portion of blood surrounding the cell, could be divided into 4 categories, depending on its ability to cause clotting or red blood cell. He gave these groups the names A, B, AB, and O, based on what type of clotting antigens that they had, if any. In 1940, Landsteiner discovered another of blood factor antigens known as RH. Could you pick up here for me, Brother Malachi? I have to go back and then tag you're in.
Yo, where are you?
I left off on the end of the paragraph known as RH. It picks up on.
He left off right here in 1941. Started discovered another form of blood.
Okay, I got it. I'll finish out the paragraph, and then Brother Malachi can pick up on the importance of RH factors. All right, it says, this discovery resulted from Landsteiner's studies with rhesus monkeys. Landsteiner and his colleagues found that when blood from monkeys was injected into rabbits and guinea pigs, it clotted. This was because of the presence of another antigen that the researchers had not classified before. Landsteiner called this antigen the RH, or rhesus factor. Researchers also showed that the factor occurred among some, but not all, humans. It is also inherited. I'm done. Go ahead, Brother Malachi.
The importance of the RH factor. The RH discovery had immediate practical importance because it explained a relatively common medical disorder known as erythroblastosis fetalis. In this condition, an RH negative woman who becomes pregnant with an RH positive fetus or an unborn child sometimes develops antibodies against the RH factor in the fetus. This development usually causes no problem during the woman's first pregnancy, since the number of antibodies produced tends to be small. By the time a second pregnancy occurs, the situation has changed. The number of RH by large enough to cause destruction of red blood cells in the fetus. This can result in complications such as anemia, which is a chronic blood condition characterized by lack of energy, jaundice, a condition in which biopigments build up in the blood and cause skin, eyeballs, and urine to take on sickly yellow tone. or premature birth. Today, this reaction can be controlled by immunizing Rh negative women after their first pregnancy with a drug known as Rogam or Rogam.
All right. I basically, since we covered that portion, I want to show what motivated them to create this, to figure this information out. Our ancient ancestors already knew about this information, and the master teacher brought that information back to us and showed how these recessive lepers were surviving off of us due to our pure blood and our blood with the ability to clot, and how over time, if they continue to breed in or breed within themselves, their bodies degenerate or their cellular structure degenerates to the point where they can't even reproduce, And also, I wanted to point out how within the birthing of a woman that does not have the Rh factor and breeding with a male that does have the Rh factor, when they breed, the first child, will come to term and come out successful, even though the mother's blood is different from that child. But the child is still going to have those factors, those problems, possibly that the father may have had within his genetics. Now, when the next child is born, it's going to have more problems because those factors are going to be more present, and cause difficulty within the pregnancy, So that's another reason to show how that blood type can't be a dominant blood type. It can't be the majority. But I've noticed how these scientists have classified things and generalized things to the masses in order to pull the wool over your eyes and trick you. Like, for example, when they tell you about the blood cell, the first thing that comes to mind is a blood that's round, smooth, and full of color. Mm-hmm. That blood cell is a specific blood group, a specific blood type known as O negative. They'll promote that to you because that's the pretty one. That's the nice looking one. But cellularly, it gets a whole lot uglier when you look at these other antigens that are attached to the cell. For example, when you look at the A blood group, which has the A antigen or A antibody present on the cell, making it an antigen, it looks like a cell similar to the O negative, for the exception that it has a bunch of spikes on it, tiny little spikes all over it. They're proportion size to the actual blood cell themselves. They don't be like huge, big, long spikes. No, they're proportion to the cellular size. And the next blood group, the difference that it looks when you concern the blood group B that has the antibody on the blood cell, making it an antigen, makes the cellular structure once again look different. It does not have a smooth looking as the O does. It looks like it has dimples in it like a golf ball. Each cell that has these differences have their own results, like their own defects due to the differences within their makeup and their structure shape. Now, when it comes to the blood group AB, when you look at it cellularly, far from the original O negative does it look. It looks like a monster. The reason why I say a monster, because if you was to look at it on the cellular structure, it has the spikes are present and the golf ball dimples are present on the cellular makeup due to the fact that the antigens are present on the cell. And then, if you go back to that image where I showed you before, this is the result of that. All of the evidence is present on that original image that shows the blood groups. The reason why is because if you look at the plasma portion of those blood groups, all of the antibodies are present in the plasma on the old blood strand or the old blood group. Excuse me, hold on. Now, when you see these blood groups and they have their antibodies removed from the plasma, that means that their body cannot fend off infection as well as a O, because it doesn't have all the antibodies present in the plasma. This is my nine-mind reasoning, deciphering what is taking place within nature, because everything in nature has a nature. One of the basic functions of nature is to survive and reproduce. So cellularly, everything is going to follow that same basic pattern. So you have to ask yourself, why does each different blood group, the antibodies attach themselves to the blood cell and begin to attack it? Immediately, once it leaves the marrow of your melanin or your marrow tract in your bones and produces the blood cells. And when it goes into the circulatory system shortly thereafter, the plasma mix with those cells and begin to attack it or attach to it. Why is that? And if the original, as they claim in this book that they mentioned, which I know is that information or that portion is incorrect because of its statement that the original blood type was a positive, and I know that that's not right due to proper research methodology, non-mind reasoning. You come up with a whole nother answer than what they're presenting to you. Now, this information is old information. Now, Brother Malachi, if you will, please use the holy tablets to, assert the information that the original was O negative.
Sorry about that. Yeah, so I got a little information gathered up for this, and I want to go over it. So I'm going to start by saying this is from Conscious Soldier J. Ether, all right, a Nuwabian, all right, and just giving credit where credit's due. So it says blood types and extraterrestrial connection. The originals were called Zaymaka, which means isos of springs. And due to them mixing with the East Indians, Spanish, British, and a lot of them now have A or B blood and not the original O. By them being mixed with these particular race of people, their blood have developed antibody generators of antigens. The original O blood does not have these antigens and is the predominant blood of Moors or Black people and Native Americans. The Olmecs have O blood. The original Tamaray Kemetans or Nuwaubians have O blood, and 80% of the Native Americans have O blood. The reason that most of the Native Americans of today have O blood is because they are descendants of the Olmecs, who are the first Black Native Americans. They were Americas millions of years before the continental drift, according to the records of our ancestors, and they originally came from Sirius star constellation, not Africa. They were all over the planet Earth, and they even built Mars as well. They also had the genetic blueprint and chemical chart for designing specific races of people. The blood and the genes determine everything about a person or a people. So it is a vitally important for you to do a genealogical check and also know your blood type. The Western Europeans, Southern Chinese, and many Japanese generally have type A blood, which was the first form of a distorted or mutated blood by way of mixing with certain animals or beings with a different chromosome structure. like the pteros or coneheads. Elongated skulls came by way of the pteros, of which the Olmecs mixed with the Olmecs mixed with to create the Chinese. This mixing began in Atlantis and became widespread throughout the world. It can be found in ancient Samaria among the watchers of Kurdistan, the Egyptian royal families, Peruvians in Peru, all parts of Africa, Mexico, Asia, and so on. Okay, I just want to let me see. The oldest blood is old blood, which is universal blood. That's right, but old blood and none of the other blood types. This means that if a woman has O blood and is impregnated by a man with B blood, then the B blood does not, what? Okay, hold on. Then the blood will not mix, or the other blood will be conflicting with the O blood, and she will either be provided pills, a shot, or a blood transfusion. The child would die. Blood types A and B produce antibodies that reject each other's types of antigens, but a 1,000 will accept the A, B, and O type. In America, more than 5 million people are getting O blood transfusion into their bodies each year, in particular Caucasians who are not using our blood for their survival. They call it ABO blood group transfusion. The ultraviolet radiation of the sun is destroying the cells in their body, and the dead cells in their body are awakening their immune system, which result in the death by melanoma or skin cancer. People continue to come up with all sorts of excuses and technology to hide the truth about our legacy, heritage, and royal bloodline. This is why we provide the undisputable facts. All right, I'm going to end it there, but references that in the Holy Tablets is chapter 3, the scientists. And no, that's just confirmation again when you blood type and stuff like that. Y'all still hear me? Y'all can hear me clear? So
Loud and clear, bro. You clear.
yeah, and I just want to say, you know, we're reading from and we're trying to get to the bottom of it. We're trying to provide facts, and we're not just trying to show trip off ego, like we're coming from some type of egotistical standpoint as if we're smarter than another individual. And Dr. Africa explained it is impossible to be smarter, for one person to be smarter than another individual, because we all produce the same amount of blood cells, brain stems. Excuse me. So for it's a matter of being activated and reminded, and then you can know again. So that's just that. I just wanted to make that clear.
That was excellent, brother. I wanted to add to that, if anybody else doesn't mind. Dr. Lale Africa also made the statement that what causes the blood to clot and is due to the fact that melanin is the chemical component to life, and it is in everything, you know what I mean? It is a carbon-based substance. It's in your intestines, you know what I mean? It helps you to break down and digest food, more specifically, how to break down and digest sugar and put that into the blood so that way the blood can clot or crystallize in order to, you know, save you from bleeding to death. You won't suffer from hemophilia. You won't be a hemophiliac because you have melanin. And melanin absorbs the electromagnetic spectrum and causes a reaction known as ultra-fast internal conversion, which takes any forms of substance and nutrients that's in your body and like transforms that. Wait, I'm ahead of myself. I'm sorry. Ultra-fast internal conversion is when light hits your melanin and transfers that energy, that light electromagnetic wave energy, into heat. It doesn't burn up your other cells due to the fact that there are harmful rays within that can hurt the cells. Unlike other plants, like a plant-based melanin, which reflects what it can't handle. For example, when you see plants outside that have the green, that's because that portion of the spectrum would hurt its cellular makeup. So it reflects it and kicks it off back out. I mean, I just want to add that. I mean, go ahead. Anyone else can continue on.
Go ahead, Malachi. Finish doing you, chapter 3.
Okay, I want to go into the science of creation. The Melanite children, actually, from Dr. Malachi Z. York. And
So you're going to do chapter 3 last?
say it again.
You said something about chapter 3 to tie into what you just read. You going to do that last?
Oh yeah, no, that information was from chapter 3 in the Holy Tablets of Scientists. It's a big chapter, so that's just a small piece from it.
Oh, the thing.
Yeah,
I'd like to add in something right quick. First of all, I love what I'm hearing. This is definitely an excellent bill for the brilliant minds and for the listening audience. What I want to share is the importance of blood. I mean, y'all doing great work. Appreciate y'all masters, what y'all doing. But I want us to really think about this. And this is, I can't help from thinking about the life that was taken. Thinking about Brother Emmett Till. Okay? And I'm looking at this day and time with so many years after this untimely murder of this young man. Okay? I'm saying this in reference to people who take blood for granted and taking for granted the European conspiracy, because that's exactly what it is. You know, people underestimate the power in how they go about planning their life. Unlike a lot of Melanites who pretty much live from day to day, they plan 6 times deeper and 6 times further than what a lot of us have took time to plan. I'm saying all of this in reference to the adaptation of children from Nuba, different parts of Nuba, what's falsely being called Africa, like Ethiopia. They are adopting these children. And make no mistake, a lot of them are not doing it out of love. They have found a way. They know that they can't just keep killing Melanites at will, because, you know, we was a project. Okay? This is key. We was a project to, when I say we, I'm talking about as a whole. We was a project for so many years that they studied us. Okay, so it was so much more than just picking cotton. It was so much more than that. It was always about the blood, because they know that we have the most ancient blood. They know that we are the original people of Mother Earth, right? So in order for it to survive, a lot of them are willingly allowing their sons and daughters to marry into a race that's supposed to be beneath them. And I want us to really think about that. Why? After all these years, would they turn around and do this now? Okay, because they know that their time has been up, and what's prolonging the process for, as I like to call it, or as the way it's being termed, Operation Takeover. A lot of it is holding us back. It's because a lot of people haven't took time to really think about and know their blood type, as what the masters was making reference to earlier, you know, be it the holy tablets or other sources of references. Our blood is very important. Okay, that's why it's also very important even when it comes to us. It's because we can, you know, because of the the blood that has been diluted through so many years, a lot of our blood is weak now. So we even got to be real, real careful about who we tend to mix our blood with. And I'm talking about ones that appear to be melanites. Okay, so I just wanted to add that in. I mean, the blood itself is really, really, really important. Okay.
Definitely.
That was beautiful. I want to add to that, if you don't mind, Brother Malachi, unless you.
Of course not. Go ahead.
All right. I want to make a reference to your statement that it is very important. Yes, please do know your blood type. And I want to point out something. Within the blood groups, there was the depiction you saw with the different things that's present in the plasma. Now, most people don't pay attention to certain things, and that's fine, because I have a proverb I like to use, and my proverbs goes like this: anything in abundance, the mind will naturally take for granted. It's just how the mind works. You can only pay attention to so much things and multitask so far, so certain things may be naturally overlooked. Now, when it comes to the plasma banks are like booming, and they're mostly prominent in lower income areas. And the reason why that is because they know that that's where the most melanite race is, and the most richest blood people are. And the reason why they have the plasma banks is because they take out like when you go there, you donate plasma. They take out your blood, siphon it through a siphon, separates the blood from the plasma, gives you your blood back diluted with saline solution. Now, what's taking place here is they take your plasma and it's basically rejuvenating people. They'll placate, or as I say, they will appeal to your empathetic side and say, oh, you're helping the children, when in actuality you're helping the richest of the rich to survive, that don't have, the ability to, make this plasma. Obviously, if they could produce plasma in a lab or a synthetic version, they wouldn't have so many plasma banks that pay you mere pence for your essence. So I just want to bring that up. And I also want to make a reference to, we would be addressing this on the Assassin Show. We have no problem with that. It's just that whenever we bring facts, he doesn't enjoy that. I guess, I don't know, he blocked me, and he's blocked probably everybody else on this panel, and we are continuing to bring the information, and that's all like we have to do. I have this charge, I know, so therefore I have to bring it forth, or it will pass to someone else. The message must get out there. We are in these times. So I'm just honored to have the position to bring forth the message to those who are willing to listen. I'm going to pass the mic, whoever's up next.
I just wanted to add on to what Brother Honey was saying, and a little bit of what you said earlier too. Also, they haven't really stopped killing us off. May have slowed up, as we may say. May have slowed up, but they still killing us outright. And that's more or less a population control thing too. Also, at the same time, you gotta remember the ones that they're killing mostly are youths, or those with a certain type of disturbance in their mind, or it may just be by coinkydink or not coinkydink. You know what I mean? That they know who the person is that they're killing, and their blood is important. A lot of these youth that they kill or is being killed, they have warrior blood. They have that warriorness in their blood. So you pass through the hospital first before anything, and before you go to a morgue or whatever. And they take. That's all genetically coded within blood. Also, the warriorness. You know what I'm saying?
That's
it's
right.
in the blood. So that they want that warrior blood. They also know that a lot of banks are popping up now because they know we're in that sun cycle again. and they need that plasma or that blood to survive. Like you said, it's going mostly to the rich. This one right up the block from me, the plasma bank, and that's funny that you said that because last night Fatima made a joke talking about, oh, I'm about to go to the plasma bank and give up some plasma for $100. And I said, what? You ain't going no fucking way. She's like, man, you know I'm joking. I'm like, hell no, we ain't selling them niggas nothing. We ain't getting none of this plasma. But I also wanted to say that I don't know my blood type, but I know my blood type is of that red blood. Because I am Native. I am Native American, strongly more so than what they call African American. But it's all the same thing, whether they want to say I'm from Africa or they want to say Native. It's still the same people from that same landmass that was divided when the continental drift came about. So the first time that I noticed that there was something about my blood was when I had to go have a test done, had some tests run at a clinic, free clinic, back when I was younger, and it was an African doctor, and he kept going, I'm like, what's that? And he asked me where I was from. So, I broke a little bit down, but I'm like, blood still runs back to F. And he's like, yeah, brother, because you got red blood. Like, I never seen this type of blood only in various people. Like, it's a small percentage that got that. You have a red blood that is real strong. Like, I never seen it before. Like, he was amazed. Like, he wanted to ask me, can I take your blood and test it? Even though my blood was sending out to the lab to get tested. So yeah, I have access to my blood anyway. But it was an African doctor that said that. Then after that, a couple of European white female doctors said it. That they see my blood is real. Like, wow, you have you could actually just see certain things in your blood that is different. Like just from when it's coming out being drawn. So yes, that's a significance. That's definitely effective. What you were saying about Nuwapian assassin is like this brother is they funny brothers. And like you said, we don't have no problem going on their platform, but nobody got time to be being muted, blocked. You want to cut off what we saying. You want to tell us.
Slow down.
Yeah, slow down, son. Slow down, son. Nobody got time for the rift. No equality. No you know what I mean? And then when I say equality, meaning that, allow each one to speak one, you know what I mean? Without being cut off or you trying to debate with your lesser knowledge. Not saying that brothers are smarter than you, but there is a lesser knowledge and there's a higher knowledge. And a lot of y'all haven't tapped into your higher knowledge. You on a program trying to speak about things that you truly have no understanding or understanding of. So your sound reasoning or your non-mind reasoning to what we're putting out, you can't perceive. It's hard for you to accept because you haven't reached the state, or you have reached the state, but you're still in denial, or you want to tell the masses. So it's like we're trying to take your following or take people from the Nuwapu to follow us. No. That's not the case. The case is that as a duty, as my duty, as who I am incarnated as in I am on a higher frequency or as me being an elder, is to put you in your place, or put y'all in your place, or put whoever in their place. Like the master teacher did when he came. He came reforming and putting people in their place, including y'all. And yes, some of you are still off of the path of where he came to bring. And who else is going to correct you? You rather it be your brothers and sisters or Tanu Poo and Chuck Fufu? You know what I mean? Pinky in the Brain or whoever. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'm in here. You dropped out too. I don't see your picture, but I see my picture. Malachi, you hear me, right?
Yeah, I'm still here. I hear you.
Cause I see Malachi and Magic, but I don't see you, Terry. Maybe your picture just left the screen. But that's a confirmation of the things that we're talking about. That our energy is that high that we disrupt the frequency of the Ethernet or the Wi-Fi. So get back to what I was saying is that who you rather do it? You know, at least we do have love for you. At least there is love within what we're saying for you. But for you to wake up, and I know and understand that whatever you say is a lot of some of what you say is controlled by the elders. Let's get that out of the way. You know what I mean? Just like it took the elders to tell you to talk about a certain thing or to admit a certain thing. Well, the elders did say the sun dance is real. This is something you should have known. This is something that Doc Ben talked about when he was breaking down the Native American. He always talked about the sun or the sun dance ritual, things that were being taken place. Do certain tribes or all tribes follow the sun dance? No. You know what I mean? Do they participate? No.
But they all have.
Are there certain tribes that do? Yes.
They all have like some.
Majority of tribes that the majority of tribes that do, or what? Nubian based or derived from the Olmecs. So we don't understand. Go ahead. I don't want to bang too. I mean, I don't want to go in too long or speak too long. I'll finish a lot of that later. Go ahead, Malachi.
No, I was just adding to what you were saying by saying every tribe or indigenously identify with some type of nature ritual. It's not just a book ritual or candles lit. It's an actual dance and a ceremony of rain, sunlight, moon, deities like that. That's all I was saying. I was just adding to what you were saying.
That's an actual fact. That's an actual fact. Because if you are actually tapped into these higher frequencies or higher lessons, you will be in tune with everything that's taking place within this universe on this planet right now as it's taking place without having to read, without having to be in book. You're being connected to the shift that's taking place. You could feel the sun's energy. You could feel the energy and the vibe of nature of the shift. So you know that it's important. You yourself said this summer is going to be a hot summer. You got that right. And after this summer dance, you better be prepared. Well, you better be getting prepared now. So now I see y'all put out a 9-day fast all of a sudden that the elders instructed for those to take a 9-day fast with the injunction trying to cut off where Comanche Bunush was implementing a saying. So you're thinking you're gonna tap in to the sun dance in your own way by these 9-day fasts to connect you to the ancestors, you know what I mean, of that time and beyond. And I'm gonna get into those ancestors that you're tapping into a little later. So I'm gonna leave that right there. But yeah, I know your groups ain't that secret as they think they are. They get to me.
Right.
And I don't ask for it. It just comes to me. But yeah, and Terry, don't forget to send me that video. You know what? Yeah.
Yeah, that brings us back to sound right reasoning and what we're actually talking about when we're talking about sound right reasoning. We're not talking about books. We're not talking about education. We're not talking about learning. We're talking about knowing.
I sound Terry talking at the same time you're talking, and I hear him over you. I'm not sure if he hears you. I'm sorry for interrupting, but both of y'all were speaking at the same time.
Hey,
Terry, can you hear us?
I don't think he can hear me.
Okay. So go ahead and you speak. You think you're speaking through my channel somehow?
I can't hear Terry. Master Sound Mahoney, can you hear Terry?
No, I can't hear him at all.
Yeah, I don't even hear him. Also, somehow somehow his energy is channeling only through my pitch and my frequency on my. Try to add him again, Malachi, so we can fix that. Re-add him.
Hey, while y'all doing that, I want to share a miracle with the family, and especially for the listening audience, and even when it's archived. I want y'all to chime in on what I'm about to say. I remember when this is before when things hit the fan. I just want to, always keep things on the upbeat, but to show you the power of us as a people. As a matter of fact, my brother, Master Nuwaubians Ray, we got video footage of this. For those of us who remember, and even Marshall Chance was being used. I remember we was on our holy land of Tamaray, our embassy, and during the festivities, and a message got to say, well, the sacred spiritual master teacher wanted us to go and down to downtown Eatonton and have a rally down there. So sure enough, we actually left our land and we actually went to downtown Eatonton. Show you the power of unity. Anyway, when we got
Pony, but Terry's still talking while you talking, and he can't hear y'all talking. Yeah, he's talking. Somehow he's talking through my channel. He only hears my voice. He said he can't hear nobody else, and he was just breaking down a lot of stuff that he's gonna have to reiterate. Somehow you're not in this on your own channel, Terry. I don't know. Malachi, did you try to add him again? To fix it? Re-add him?
I sent him another invite.
So Terry, if you listening, pick that invite up, because people are talking while you're talking and we're over talking you and we can't hear what's being said. And I heard you breaking down some stuff. But go ahead, man.
Yeah, I just wanted to I just wanted us to share some good news for those of us who was there. That's why I want us to come forth and start to remember, get out of this thing like everything was a failure. We got to snap up out of that. That's why I want to share what was, to me, it was a miracle, for lack of a better word. Egyptian Nuba magic, if you want to call it. Anyway, we was in downtown Eatonton, and I think it was one of the elders that was called Shishunk. I don't know what the rest of his name was. It was very, very powerful. Dark brother. And he said that we're gonna make 19. We're gonna go around this building 19 times, and we're gonna call on our ancestors. I'm on Ma'at, okay, which was hidden justice. And sure enough, and I'm telling you, this is not just the master sound therapist Nuwapians saying this, the magic man. I got this on video footage. Anyway, we made those trips around that courthouse 19 times, and just sure enough, when we got through, the rain actually poured down. You feel me? So this is what I'm talking about, is people take things for granted, take the power of our words, our tones in being in unification for granted. So I just wanted to add that in for some people who needed to hear that. All right? Unity is key.
That's right, brother. Unity is right. At the end of the day, we gotta find, and we're not here to do the same job that's already been done. As me and the sister Fatima was talking, and she was, we were just making statements like the approach. What approach are we gonna take? Are we gonna take the same approach that Dr. York took? And we know his intellectual ability. And a lot of times what's being done now is people have to run back and look in books and do that, and it's sending a bad look out on what we're trying to do. So, I'm just sending out advice to slow down and really research it and study it and actually pull it up like we try to do and show the reference so that the people can learn rather than you try to seem like a teacher. Because I'm not here to be a teacher. I'm still a student. You understand what I'm saying? In a lot of ways, learning things, reminding myself things that I already know. You understand what I mean? And just to touch on the brother topic with how important the blood is, and the ancestors that live inside of these in the blood is the reacting that the body does as far as your speed, your stamina, your agility, all right, your mental capacity, your memory. These type of things all play are all the blood plays a vital role in all of these things. All right. So that your ability, your capabilities is unlimited. And the reason why they call these type of things junk DNA is because those capabilities were not in certain individuals. All right. So they would have a limit to how high they can jump, how fast they can run, and these type of things. So to really embrace our capability, it's not knowledge of what's in a book. It's just looking around you and knowing that everything that is melanite in it keeps growing in it. You know, it's boundless. So and including us. So out the dreams and bringing your reality into actuality. You know, that's just pretty much.
Terry, hold on.
You didn't get the invite, brother Greg.
I think he's talking through my mic again. He came back in, but somehow he's still talking through my mic again. I don't know if I could drop out. Let me try. Let me see if I can drop out and come back in with him, and maybe that'll help separate everything. All right, hold on, real quick.
So yeah, and like you say a lot of times, Master Sound Mahoney, the importance of sound, and you know what we really need to get back to. We really need to, my opinion, is conduct ourselves in a more professional manner because we're better people, number one, and we will show different. So we need to lead by example. So a lot of titles that we choose to use, we need to at least find another title to be addressed by rather than certain names because it just doesn't apply with what we are trying to propagate. So I just want to put that out there, see out there.
Totally agree with you. That's why, I tell people, you have a problem with me, not you per se, but sometimes it amazes me. Some people, have a problem calling me a master. But master and mister is really the same word as you remove the vowels. You get what I'm saying? So I just simply say, okay, just make it the magic man. You don't have no problem about doing that, right? So, but yeah, you're right though. Sometimes people do get bent out of shape with certain titles and stuff that people have. But I do want to say this in reference to the sacred spiritual master teacher, and he has said countless times, and that's why I normally phrase it that way, and I got to keep phrasing it that way, is because people again had took him from his rightful position for being the lamb who was worthy to unlock the seals, if you want to take it back to scripture, as well as the sacrificial lamb, that willing sacrifice that he made as far as his personal life, to offer what he offered in order for to help liberate us as a whole. Okay, and you got some people that took that for granted and took him from that position of being a willing sacrifice to being a scapegoat. What I mean by that is people don't want to take on the responsibility, like he has said countless times. I need help with this. It's not just about me. It's about all of us. So, and he did his part. I'm not saying that he's not still doing his part, because his energy is regenerating itself or himself through all of us, especially those of us who was groomed and those of us who's waking up to become ourselves again. So that's why I normally put, especially in my posts and my profile photos and stuff like that, it's the last hashtag, which is the science of becoming instead of learning. You see, there's certain things, those DNA exposures, you're supposed to get to a point where we won't just have to, look for resources within a book. You understand? We'll be able to recall that total recall that's already stored within our genes, within our blood, within our RNA and, DNA and RNA, and so much more. A lot of us, and let me say this right quick. This is why it's important for us to gather like we do. Is because 99.9% of the things that I incarnated here to do, and I'm remembering more and more. But each time we gather, one of y'all would trigger certain things within me in order for me to bring it forth. And hopefully I'm doing the same thing. That's why it's important again for us to do what we do. Is because what I don't know, one of y'all would know, and vice versa.
That's right. And that goes into real quick. That goes into the reasoning that I see you keep explaining and bring out. So let me help you out a little bit. And it all boils down to the reason and the emotion that causes the motion, rather than what you read. Because what you read only has an effect to the level of how you allow it to affect you. Therefore, you will always be superior to whatever you read, and you can never fully get your answer. You see what I'm saying? Because you're not looking from within, you're coming from without to put within. You understand what I'm saying? So when we come down, all right, if you say a certain words to a person that makes them feel a certain way, that is your experience. That is your confirmation, your emotion of how it made you feel or how you made someone else feel. You're not going to read in a book, no matter what we talk about cells and antigens and these type of things. Ultimately, above all of that is your emotion, which is the divine manifested on this physical plane. All right. Everything is emotion. And if it's emotionless, then you know who you're dealing with. But I just want to bring it into that reality, or the actuality really is, opposed to what we explain as what science is. Because science is the definition. The science that's being explained, or the Nuwabu, is the definition partially of Nuwabu. See what I mean? Or of reasoning. Sorry about that. Of reasoning. So what we're doing is explaining reasoning when it's not really nothing to explain. Everybody does things for a reason. So when you look inside yourself, you ask yourself that question: why am I doing this? Why am I doing that? Why do I want to listen to this song in particular? Why do I want to watch this particular movie? And that will judge what type of frequency that you're vibrating on. So if you want to watch something screwed up, then you're vibrating on a screwed up mentality. That's all I'm going to say on that. Brother G, if you want to add anything. Is Terry still having mic problems?
Yeah.
You agree with that, Master Sal Mahoney?
Excellent point. I love your clarity. So yeah, I totally agree.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, G.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Can you hear me back up?
Yeah, I can hear you. It's a little breaking up. It might be my computer, but I can hear you.
Terry still having a problem. So yeah, you need to try to send him. I can't find it. I don't know his address. I don't know how to bring him. I tried to just bring him in.
Or tell him I can end this one and we can start up another one if he wants. I don't know how. I was having this problem yesterday. Remember when you couldn't see my picture and none of that?
Yeah, he was talking lines. He just said, let's try to send him another invite. If you don't pick up, we just can't get to start another one.
All right.
All right, well, he said start the call over. Naeem is joining. Who just came in? That's crazy. Cool.
Rahubat.
Rahubat, bro.
We had a problem getting Terry in here. I need my phone so I can tell me what's that.
The what? Sorry?
He's trying to get Terry back in.
Oh.
Yeah, Terry. We got to start it over. And we'll Google the balance act. Father saying, watch that power.
You back?
Yes, I'm
I
back.
don't know what I was saying earlier. Okay.
You want,
I'm back.
right, Rahul is back. You want to finish adding what you was adding, Terry? I know you were saying a lot.
I was just saying exactly what the problem was happening. I thought I said too much, but I'm going to add and pick up where I left off. Like, I basically was saying that the mysteries of O negative blood type, it has a higher electromagnetic resonancy than any other blood type. That's what I was going to add. And then I was also stating that Assassin had a good point. I'm not good with the language. I got a car coming by and they bump and hold up.
See, I gotta say this live real quick because that's what I'm saying. When we have names like Assassin type of names, this brings our frequency down. Whether we want to believe it doesn't or not, but anything that the words we choose to use, the things we choose to watch, these type of things all play an effect on how our day would play out. If so I just telling the family, let's represent the proper way, man. Let's do this the proper way. This is not a game. There's gonna be outside people watching, if not now or today, maybe 2 years later. We all watch videos, from earlier years. So let's just conduct ourselves as a whole family, no matter who you are, just the proper way. I mean, that's all. When you want to be called something higher than the lower frequency that we choose to decide on our names, you know what I mean? I just want to make that quick point out there. Because when I hear
you say that's the name Nuwapi or whatever, is that proper to have Nuwapian assassins?
Yeah, I don't know if he's a Nuwaubian assassin or I don't know if he's assassinating Nuwaubians or
right.
Nuwabians.
Who you assassinate? Right. I don't understand that. Then you tell people they can't speak on the teachings and just stick to one side. It's about correcting the children. If y'all still don't believe in the telephone calls that are coming through, well, he said he was mad because y'all split up in this 2 seconds. You don't know what the hell going on in New York. But at the same time, he was making a reference to both sides. He wasn't choosing no side. You know what I mean? If y'all believe in the phone calls, you know what I mean? That y'all say are taking place. Well, in that phone call, he said, y'all split up. You're not working together. You're not doing anything properly. So the most proper thing you can admit to coming to is that you're studying Nuwapi. That's not everyone's language. First of all, if that's a language for Mars or the Riz Queens, which is not the Riz Queens language, but it could be a dialect from Mars. My wife acknowledged that, so I'm going to acknowledge it because she acknowledges it. Yes, it is a language from Mars, but that's not our original tongue. You know what I mean? And that's not every species' original tongue. So you can't put everybody in the same boat and say, oh, we all must study Nuwapi, that the language is going to get us back right. You haven't even fixed yourself right. So how's the language going to fix you right? You don't even know how to properly adjust it to your frequency. So how are you telling someone how to speak and how to talk and what to talk? Much as y'all may say you listen to my shows and watching, I know you do. We know y'all do. Because we find you saying the things that we say, but in a different way. You show in your own way. And there's nothing wrong with that. Like Doc said, hey, I don't give a fuck who steal my shit or do what with it. Well, it's getting out there. It's getting out there. So much as you say we don't affect you, yes, we affect you. And we affect the way y'all talk. Even Sixth Dynasty, all of them. We affect all of them. When we step on the scene, we are doing it properly. This is why people are adhering. Now, this is why you are trying to change it up. Because you don't want to be attacked. If you don't want to be attacked, then watch your mouth. If you don't know what you're talking about, watch your mouth. Sit back and learn. Yeah, eat popcorn, watch your shut. You know what I mean? Because the lights is on. Over here. You know what I mean? Not saying that you can't learn something from a book. Not saying that you can't pick up a book. Not saying you can't pick up the language and learn. Other people are by it. And they do it properly. They have a different type of karma. They have a different type of calm to themselves. A different type of attitude. Those are at peace. There's plenty of Nuwapians that I'm friends with on Facebook, once again. And they do not turn me away. They do not befriend me. They do not unfollow me or take my requests off. Even if they spy, hey, spy on, because it's going to affect you. What I'm saying, pretty soon it's going to hit home, and it is hitting home. You're talking about your road run. Niggas don't even know the proper way of what you're talking about. First of all, you're trying to talk about a situation. You sound like two people trying to figure out how to put the pieces to the puzzle together. And that's all I'm going to say on that, because I don't want to take too long on just addressing attacking right now, because there's some things being laid down right now that's being addressed, and I'm like, I feel it. And I let my brothers do that. That's what they do. Go ahead. Whoever want to add on, say whatever.
That was good. That was needed, though. Because a lot of times, information is listened to. It's not our information, and there's nothing wrong with learning. But a lot of times people try to take this information and propagate it as if they're the ones that researched it or whatever the case may be. And that's what I'm talking about in this whole situation. This is not based on egotistical teaching. There's no problem with giving credit where credit is due. There's no problem with that. And anything else is pretty much.
That's right. I like that.
And if you don't understand it or you're not able to explain it, the reason why is because you don't understand it. You're trying to say something that someone else said that you thought you had an idea of, when you should just really hear what they have to say, research it, look it up, and then embody it so that you can say it the right way. Say it the way you say it. It'll come out correctly.
We don't get on here downgrading Dr. York. We don't get on here slandering the master teacher. You know what I mean? And being that we're speaking on blood and genetics, these are lightweight messages and codes that are downloaded into our DNA and RNAs. Rhesus factor. Like Doc dropped for many years. He told us it's in your genetic code. So some of us may receive light coded messages within our DNA. Some of us tap into the Akasha records, which is an energy field, which is ether, a field. But not all can access all of the records. You're not within the school of higher lessons to be tapping into the higher Akasha field records. So those of us that are, it comes through us. I don't make these words up. I don't make the things that I say up. It comes through me, properly channeled.
That's right.
Whether you can find it in the book, and you can find anything that we speak upon in the book. Even the science is saying he's not in jail. Now I want to talk. I'm gonna say this one thing, and then later on, we're gonna really get on it because it ties in. You want to talk about pop the rock, right? You want to say that it's real, it's true because Doc endorsed it on a telephone call. All right, that's the teacher by his voice, right? Yes, I know his voice. That is his voice. But you know, we're in a time where people like Mario, who is a engineer, a sound engineer, the board within in the studio. That's one thing I could give them out. That people's voices can be mastered and whole albums and songs could be made today. That's one. Two, if he on a video, right, and y'all say that the validation also, Prince York said on the first show we was in that hundreds of letters came in through Brooklyn. You know, that would mean the holder, that would be Sakina, because Sakina runs Brooklyn and all of New York, right? So that means that you should be able to show proof. We don't want a phone call proof, since y'all want to call out some proofs. Those letters should be placed in a picture form or PDF to where we can see actual fact that this came from the master teacher, Malachi Z. York. Being that you say you have proof of these letters, y'all taking it off for the letters, well, why you don't show the people the letters? But you want to show us a telephone conversation when there's bigger proof than a telephone conversation. Now I'm calling you out on that. If you got the props with Sakina, which I know y'all don't really have the props with Sakina, to be asking her to turn over anything, because Sakina don't really rock with you. A lot of y'all like that. You know, she don't fuck with y'all. And I walk the streets of Brooklyn with Sakina, so I know her personally. So these are not things that I'm just saying to be saying like I wasn't around. Like I wasn't there. I walked Fulton Street with Sakina. I would spend days just sitting there with her while she propagated, and would add on with her within her propagating to bring people into the fold of HTM, Holy Tabernacle Ministry. All right, Nuwapu. You know what I mean? So when you say things, you sound ridiculous. He told us to question any and everything, even heaven. So yeah, I'm questioning it. Why would I not? My sisters tell me other. Especially when you're speaking on you. Nuwapian assassin, me and you, and I'm gonna pull that up. I'm gonna show people what you said on the video when me and you was talking. If that's the case. Where I showed you what Doc said that he had clones. You asked me to show you where reference. And I told you I'm gonna give you only one, go to man for Riz. And you answered me back by saying, yes, brother, you're correct. I found it. I could use that for a class. I haven't heard that class yet. I haven't heard you use it for a class yet. You know what I mean? That you said that yes, you found it. He said, yeah, smoke, when he talked about the smoke coming out of his mouth, he said he believed it's from the his clone that's in Tibet. Now, number one, that's proof he has clones. Number two, it's a proof that he was in touch with his clone in Tibet, because how did he know he had a clone in Tibet? Unless he's tapped in with those higher powers that you saying, oh, these niggas be talking about he's not in jail because if you know the science of his powers and who he is and this and this. Yeah, that plays a very big part and significant. Who he said talk to him, or who he was able to transform into, or who was talking at times when the White York was not talking. Malachi Z. York was talking. That goes back to the question, who is the White York? So when you talk about there's a difference in him being in jail, yes, it is. First brought upon him in the videos, it shows that they mention his name as Malachi Z. York. And then from every court procession from there is the White York. Why? Teacher's name was legally changed to Malachi Z. York. That's improper for them to have him in jail under the White York. Text of you saying that the white man plays tricks. Oh, you know he's a diplomat, you know, but they have him in prison. POW. Prisoner of war. Brought up on him as being a terrorist or faking diplomatic status. If that's a trick in the game they're playing, why not bring him up on charges? Why wasn't he brought up on these charges? Why not? Because they can't bring those charges under Malachi Z. York. So who the hell is the White York? Who is Malachi Z. York? You keep acting like there's not two different people or more. Don't make me sound crazy. Make the master teacher sound crazy about this affirmation. He's the one that said that he was split up into many entities. He's the one that said many entities work through him. But no, y'all niggas don't know the entities. Y'all don't know the highest science of the entities. You don't know the working of the program, or the hologram, or the dimensions. Human being. And that human being was the White York, period. And that's as far as I'm gonna go on that. I'll get on that shit later. You know what I mean? I don't want to take over the show. Malachi, McCool, whoever you want to continue to add on, bring the points of reference y'all was bringing from the holy tablets and on. And I have many of those. I choose not to bring it up now. I'll bring it up though. There's plenty of holy tablets, which y'all denounce. Or now you say you don't denounce. You cleared it up and said you have to respect the holy tablets. I was told. Niggas is under a leash. That niggas is on a leash. I ain't on nobody's leash. I'm free. Whether the doc gave me information or affirmation, or woke me up, and on to my wake up, that doesn't denounce who I am, bro. Now denounce who he is. Like he said, it's a sad thing. Many would not make it to that level of overstanding. It's not for you. And when he says that in the Holy Tablets, the first one and the second one, he's talking to everybody. Not just people that follow Christianity or Mosesism. Whatever ism they follow, he wasn't just talking to them. He was talking to those within the congregation themselves too. Because that's why he had to make a second Holy Tablet. Too powerful that you niggas couldn't understand it. You couldn't dissect it. So he had to break it down. Again. Don't fuck with me because you slow. I'm fast.
Sometimes all you gotta read is one thing.
That's it. And that's a fact. And sometimes you ain't gotta read nothing, like the master teacher said himself. There are those that don't have to read books. Tap in. They're born that way. You wasn't born that way, that's on you. If y'all playing mind Jedi games, that's on y'all. But we gonna fix them Jedi games. Period. We gonna address it. All right. My bad, Malachi.
No, that's right. I mean, sometimes you ain't got to read nothing at all. You could just see a person's works and you be like, oh, I know what he's doing. I know what he's up to. And that's confirmation alone. You don't really need to either go into their doctrines or anything, no matter who it's coming from. You know what I mean? You can just, it's a feeling. Again, it goes back to the feeling and the reasoning. When you know something, because you can feel it. It's not really about, just the information is something you should want to do opposed to something that you have to do. If you feel like it's something that you have to do, then you haven't gotten your message. And the message is simple, which is reasoning, So in my studies, I do this because I want to do this reading and it's spreading down. You know what I'm saying? Other than that, things is overstood for me. So I get where the brother's going with it. It was not on that level, like you were saying. But anybody else want to chime in?
Yeah, I want to add on to the people who haven't seen him. And again, for the people who have the scriptures and use that as a guideline, there's a story that speaks about people that have faith, or that Messiah of that particular scripture says that some of y'all have faith because y'all ate, y'all was right here to see the miracles and eat of it. But some, there's going to come a people that's going to have faith that have not eaten or have not seen these miracles. Now, I'm saying that in reference to this. Throughout my travels, and this is over 26, almost 27 years of counting, of me having that love and respect for the sacred spiritual master teacher. What gets me is a lot of the people who's the biggest thorn in his side and the movement, the masses movement that was made for our overall liberation. I have met people throughout my travels that never seen him, never went to our embassy of Tamaray, right? But they have more faith, and people say it's all about fact, it's about faith, okay? But they got more faith in him to the point where they respect his works, they respect his intentions in which he did. They're not out here trying to be critical of what he wrote, but they can feel his intentions and they can see, and they have much more. I want to say they are much more in tune with him than some of the people that claim they have walked with him from the beginning. Okay, so I just want to share that. So, big respect for people who didn't walk with him all those years, but they're able to absorb what they need to absorb in order for them to become the person that they need to be today.
That's what made him a master teacher. Yes, sir. That's what makes him.
I totally agree. That's true. And let me say this too. In reference to the lambs, I remember, for the Ansar rule, you got to remember. I mean, he came, and I would say, you got some of us, we're talking about heritage, we're talking about culturally. He was able to reach us as individuals. You want to talk about a miracle, here's one right here that people want to try to deny. Okay? But he was able to reach us as individuals, and he was able to reach us collectively in regards to wherever we came from, in regards to whatever tribe we came from, in regards to whatever religious particular school that we came from. This one man, y'all say what y'all want to say about him. No other being that I know during my time or any other lifetime that's been on record that was able to reach individuals and collectively of people worldwide. This one being did that. Okay? So I just want to add that in for the media and the devil who always want to try to downplay the great works in which the sacred spiritual master teacher did. Like I say, for those people who know me, and I'm going to say it again, not on my watch, it ain't going to happen.
Yeah, homie, that was right on time, Master Homie God. So, Master South Africa, not on my watch. I want to hear some great words.
It's all love. It's all love,
Great, cool. But you said some things, and that's it. The Master Teacher touched people that haven't even read his works. To y'all. He didn't just come for y'all. He came for the elite chosen, no matter what denomination or senior school they're in. That's what he told you in the videos. He tell you when I get to a certain school is y'all holding me up with the same questions in the same fucking schools because there's people waiting on the scene for me in other schools. That's the purpose of him reforming all the schools and flying all the flags. They all flags flown. I don't care what he switched to. All the flags flown. We're flying high. Because he's the reformer of all schools. Whether you choose to follow the reform part or not, he is the reformer of all schools. Which is thought. So thought.
Yes. Yes.
Well, he's the reformer of that. So he's touched people. There's people that received his wave messages. There's people that he in the green light, whole green light. There's plenty of people who could testify that they've seen him in their dreams, or he's come to them and taught them personally without a book. So I don't know how you keep saying Nuwapians is going to save us. I don't understand that. Is it good or great for a part of culture? Yes. It's a part of culture. Having your own language, your own dress, your own products, your own foods. Yes, that is great for that. But that's not what's here to save the people. Nuwapians is not here to save the people. Either is Patara here to save the people. Is it an add-on? Yes. Is it a part of? Yes. Now to get into this Yoruba thing that y'all keep trying to deny yourselves, because if you're dealing with the Hindus, right, and you're wearing your bindi and all these things, you're tying yourself into the ancestors of Yoruba. Number one, the Asiatic black man is the black Hindus, or those that came out of the creation of Yaku's creation within the mountains. The Hindus were one of the ones that left. They were the disgruntled ones and went with Yaku to the mountains to have this process done. Hindu is to hold this religion. It's the first and beginning. Master teacher always taught us the three progenies of creation that were here before they stepped in were Hindu pygmies and Watusis. And your Watusis or your Kuthites. That's why you should say Ethiopian Kushite Hittites. That was the reason for him saying that. Ethiopian Kushite Hittites. Or tides, or patan, whatever y'all want to say. You know what I mean? I ain't here to be on that language game, because I understand what's taking place in the beginning. So yeah, niggas is tying yourself into the Hindus, right? Which the Hindus are the ones with the descendants of they're the ancestors to which the Yoruba teachers came and dialogue came from. So yeah, you're right, your ties, or Hindus. So it's proper for you to be man, not a bindi though, but to be following those traditions as men. You know, you wearing as like the brother said, as a brother showed it's a film thing. Or those that live over in that country said that mark is when he was marked with the bindi print mark. It was an indication that you was a whore. Or gay or whatever. You know what I mean? And I'm not going to go too far into all that. You know what I mean? But the brother was on here, breaking it down. But I'm showing you where your lineage comes from. So yes, that is your lineage. We all derive from different species or different lineages. But we all follow one universal law that's over all. I don't give a hell what species you come to. You have to acknowledge the Most High's presence. You have to acknowledge Anu. And no one says they worship Anu. It's given just due and respect, just how you would give Yanun or Padme, Nad, or whatever you want to call them, Dr. Malakasi York or Maruk, or Mikael or Michael. You can't leave him out of that quotation. I don't care how many times you can show and prove you God. Now, as that memo went out, it said that you should be in tune with your ancestors, and they gave you a lineage to go back to. Which ancestors within this 9-day fast? Dealing with the 9 mind or the 9 ether. And it says to help you connect to that. It said there are those that are already connected though to their ancestors, but how many of you use that speak on the panel are connected to your ancestors? Or you're trying to connect to your ancestors when we've already connected to ours. And we're speaking through them, and they're speaking through us. We have already released them. We have already helped them transcend. We already have helped them get ahead. When you talk about those from Ceres, Pleiades, Orion, we came and took over all those constellations. Coming from Riz.
Hey, Black Sun, you want to let my cool in the channel?
Yeah. Go ahead. Thank you for I was just about to end it right there. So I'm gonna say something. You was in my head.
That's how you see that. Go ahead, bro. Son.
Huh? No, McCool. I hate when McCool do that.
Yeah, he might be one.
I might be busy real quick, but anybody can't hear it, so you probably listen to something else. McCool!
More live.
All right, well, anybody else want to add on to what I was saying to everyone? No, I still ain't finished with them, but I get them. We ain't done. We gonna always record.
Nah, go ahead, bro.
Hey, yo, what's going on?
Oh, okay.
I heard my name called.
The boy London. I'm back. Hit it one time. Where you at?
What's up? What's all the aggro? What's all the aggro? I watched The Assassin last night still. So, yeah, it was funny to hear him trying to explain the blood and all that type of thing. But as me and brother Terry have explained loads of times, you know, this evidence is out there. This information we've given quite a while ago. And Asaru Nanifa refuses to put the information back up. So, yeah, obviously, we've had to readdress the balance because that's what we do around here. We set the record straight with all the lies and the inconsistencies with this part around and actual facts. And these sudden switches and sways of updates and new information is a bit confusing. Plus the fact that now they've gone more down the Asiatic route, as my brother would say, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And started wearing bindis and, you know, speaking a funny type of language that has no relation to no dialect of any language that we know of. And we're being, well, forced with great aggression to accept these books and this language and these new practices. Do you get what I'm saying? Which is steering completely away from the real Patarat, the way. Do you get what I'm saying? Right. So, you know, that's the problem and inconsistency, mainly because the disrespect to the old schools, supposed old schools. Yeah. But without those old school, there's no school. You know what I mean? So it was all part of a process, and it's like they misunderstood the whole information. One, because they have no master teacher to guide them in these troubled times or whatever's going on. Do you get what I'm saying? And some of them have caught on to this and realized there's a way to make fiat and make money by propagating lies and stupidity. you know, to say it lightly. You know, I don't want to go too much into it, but I just want to state the facts that I said from the beginning, that that Parterat, in actual fact, is a bunch of garbage. Any release after 2004 is even still questionable. I'd rather go back to 2002. You get what I'm saying? May 8th, my birthday, you know? So, other than that, yeah, everything else up to after that is what it is. We've got so many people involved, these Tarnoon, Chuck Morgans, you know, who were all involved during the period from 2004 to 2011 and 12. Now claiming that this information is false, the same information they sat there and collated themselves, because they never had the spirit or the entity known as Yanun or Melchizedek, because they never claimed so. So the simple fact, there's a void, and within this void, some disgruntled members, especially those from on the land, who have now assumed high positions in the so-called organization. It's not the same organization, because theirs is called Nuwapu or whatever, who the leaders are Victoria Broussard, Dosa York as the ambassador, and Mario Jessup, and a few other characters in between. So this is the new leadership structure of the supposedly Nuwapian nation or empire. Yeah. So, you know, I'm watching these things unfold and change. And as we update the people with right knowledge and set the record straight, they update the people with it's like a rebuttal to anything we say, because the moment we raise certain issues, all of a sudden there's an update, which coincide with us giving out certain information. Now we've got to the stage where the assassin seems to be backtracking. Do you get what I'm saying? And we got to ask that it was a good question someone raised earlier, that we have to look at the word assassin or hashashin and obviously use right knowledge and know what language is being used there. It's not Nuwapui, it's not Nuwabic, it's not, you know, it's not even Arcadian. This is Persian. So I don't know how Persian and Nuwapui have this correlation where you be using the word hashashin. Do you get what I'm saying? With this modern day term, assassin. You know what I mean? Ninja, should we say. Middle Eastern ninja. Yeah, we know about that. So, yeah, I don't know what that has correlation to do with the whole thing. Are you assassinating us, or are you assassinating who? And based on what? As I said, if you don't stand on the holy tablets and the previous information given, then I don't know what you're doing. I don't know what school you're in. I don't know what student you say you are. A lot of them say, "Oh, I'm a student of the master teacher, Dr. Malaz Zakai Kabina York." Well, yeah, once you use that Kabina, we know you government agents be using that. You know what I mean? But, you know, as the assassin knows, yeah, I don't agree, and my fellow masters don't agree that the master teacher's incarcerated. It's a complete fallacy, you know? I'm gonna do the Sundance, but I got a big question mark over it, you know? Not out of disrespect, but just out of right knowledge. You know? If the man gave us 76 trillion years of information, information on the physical plane, do you get what I'm saying, which can be mastered, which is only 360 of physical knowledge, you know, which is mastering meditation and, you know, all of these type of physical things, how anything physical could really affect that individual. Because even the beings that are going to inhabit the body will provide that avatar with information to protect themselves. Why he used the words psychic self-defense. Now you're going to tell me the person who taught me about psychic self-defense would not use it, would do like the supposed 24 elders and just let you attack them and, you know it was going to happen before it was going to happen, just let it happen. That's nonsensical, because if you read the information correctly, this man has 33 1/3 Meldikian or Draconian or whatever you want to say, which gives him that that warrior ability. Do you know what I'm saying? Who will not turn the other cheek. So I don't see how he could ever get caught in such a petty plot or even such a spiritual one as to be, I think if anyone did a snake tongue coffin curse, it was on the people that listen and follow the master teacher. Because I see some of the supposed, results more in the people who are supposedly called Nuwapians than in the master teacher, who is obviously not in this space. So there's a lot of issues and a lot of things. I mean, the assassin wants to say we all should get together and, unity and blah. And I raised the original phrase, we have indoctrinal differences, I hear Kanasu using it. Oh, we have indoctrinal differences, but there's no buts. That's bullshit. And we got the facts. Ain't no actual facts about nothing. Yeah. Master teacher used the words, the facts beyond all reasonable doubt. Truth is truth. All these words that mean it's final, dead, bang, rubber stamped. Amen, amun. Whatever you want to say. Alpha, omega, It's just schools of thought, it's just schools of knowledge and just titles. Now we caught in that while there's a vortex, there's a mothership, Nibiru is near, and Europeans and the scientists and the anthropologists and archaeologists are dealing with the information in the holy tablets while you're arguing about wearing a bindi and whether we should, do a campaign to Donald Trump to get him pardoned. Conscious community. You lot wake up. You're caught in Leviathan for real. They want to keep talking about it, But one thing my brother Gregory said that was true. The word on everybody's lips is Dr. York. You can't get out of it, whether you're a lover or a hater. You can't get out of that fact. His name will be mentioned. Anu's name will be mentioned. You don't see it, assassin. You say it regardless. You'll say Maku too. You say Gregory Jackson. Do you know what I'm saying? You say Malachi's disciple and you say brother Tahuti too. It is what it is. So you're going to bend to our will, our way in the end. Because truth is truth. This is not how we feel. This is not emotional about, we feel this way about the master teacher. We feel, no. We know. It's you who's in doubt. It's you asking questions like an agent. So if he's not in there, where is he? None of your goddamn business. Pass the test, bro. Because right now you're being tested, and I'm telling you, the majority of Nuwapians, whatever, you're failing. You missed the point. So it's just history repeating itself. You want to steer away from the biblical text, but the biblical text will give you the reference of the stupidity that you keep repeating. Doing the same over and over. I come to my people and they receive me not. What are they doing? Master teacher tell you to do something, you don't do it. Go talk to the chief. Nah, I ain't gonna do that. Get yourselves free. No, I ain't gonna do that. So which part of you is respecting the master teacher? If you just blatantly won't listen to instructions, that's disagreeable. Forget that Nagaru and all that bullshit. That's rubbish. We deal with the facts, agreeable, disagreeable. Now you gonna come the right way, or you gonna go your own way. Do as thy will. And we know that's the line of the what you call devil or Lucifer or whatever. Seems to be a handy line, and it seems to be a very real action. Because anyone who claims that fact has an issue. Do what that will, do your own thing, do you know? Don't care about all this religion, don't care about this Nuwapu, don't care about none of it. Just do what you want. Yeah, that's the will of the devil, the Leviathan, the devil, whatever you want to say. You're telling us that Euros are going to get us. The cops are going to get you. The feds are going to get you. They're going to shoot you just like they're going to shoot me. No. It's what you put out into the ether that you will receive. And we ain't putting that out, that energy. We putting out ashuk. The love, just like the master teacher taught. But again, you don't want to listen. It's fuck this and F that and he's a hoe and fuck him and, you know. Now you want unity. What about the Prince Hall Masons you were just disrespecting not too long ago? What about the different sects, the Ansars that, you know? Oh, now you want to get together, have an Ansar night with some bean pie. You got to get serious and get to grips, Mr. Assassin. Yeah? You already let us down as far as debating. We don't know what's going on with the calendar. It's confusing. Everything seems to have a changing point. 2010, oh, we changed it. The calendar was changed in 2010. Oh, 2010 when Chuck was still there, when Tarnoon was still there, when, oh. Do you see what I'm trying to say? There's a bigger picture to all this. You know, some people are running game. Some people said their shows are just about entertainment, but you seem to be trying to put out what you consider right knowledge. You better get it straight, bro. Either you stick to your entertainment and let the masters do what they do. So when you're talking about the blood, when you're talking about SF-181s, when you're talking about all the things out of your remit, stick to your Patarat and your master secrets and, you know, do that. But don't claim it as something Nuwaubians should do. That's my only argument and sticking point with you. Don't tell us don't worship Anu when you don't know nothing about it. Don't tell us we're all positive blood when we know that the negative means the absence of any, you know, pathogens or. So how is Brother Terry giving you the facts that we must have been O negative, yeah, on the research, and then you come out with a video talking about O positive? That's pseudo, bro. That's what happens when you don't do your research and you just watch other people's videos and state it as fact, and then have to come back next week. It's a continuing thing, which is non-Nuwapian. We answer questions there and then on the spot. This is live. Someone asked me a question live, I answer it now. I don't need to go to no book, no holy tablets, no thing, no research, no thing, no Google, no nothing. Otherwise, I ain't graduated one, and I wasn't a good student. Now you can only be humble to a point. I ain't humble to the point of submissiveness. Yeah. If the masters come in this room, master teacher came in the room, I show respect. to my elder, my ancestor, my teacher. Better give me my little flat cap for graduating a long time. And my little scroll under my arm. Yeah, that's me. I know I graduated. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Because from that university, then I came into the University of Life, where all those learnings and information have to be applied. Practical. It's all good saying your energy, your pure green light, you're this, you're that, you know. But we feel comfortable in our own skin. We know what we are. We know what we're made of. We know the concept. We know the theory. You know what I mean? As I said, I'm still waiting for the pseudo-science. Real science is pseudo-science. To catch up to the real science. The facts beyond all reasonable doubts. The facts where everybody agrees. They're catching up. 3-4 months ago, last year, at least 7-8 months ago, they confirmed something the size and planet shape of Mars hit into the Earth while it was supposedly molten, knocked it, and then that's how we got the moon. Just now. You know how long ago that was in the Holy Tablets? This is just another example of science catching up with the facts. And everything else is a theory. Oh, we theorized that it was a big bang, or we theorized and we theorize, we assume that the universe as we know it is 14 billion years old. 14 billion. Wow. Compared to 76 trillion. And then people want to talk about Petty Voodoo and, you know, Shango and Abatala, and where you at, man? Wunuwap is a way of life. There's religion and there was a way of life. What was the way of life in ancient times? Brother Gregory already told you the religion was Hinduism. They've been here for a long time. Billions, millions, millions of years. On the moon, they were known as Luciferians, or, you know, you call them Pleiadians and all sorts. And then people so dumb with this new information got it confused, thinking Pleiadians are Europeans, when Europeans only came about 6,000 years ago. So the majority of human history, they're not part of the story. That's what the research is about. That's what the the discovery. They're trying to rediscover. The baby of the family is trying to find out what was happening before. He wasn't there. Do you blame him? No. Can I follow him? No. Will he get things wrong? Most definitely. This is why I can't stand next to this European pseudo-silence, or, you know, these institutes of supposed learning, because what they really know is no different from what we know as Nuwapians. To come and combat us and ask us where do we get our facts or information from. It's ridiculous, it's retarded, it's remedial. Back to front. I can't go to my baby daughter and say, yeah, and say I'm learning something. No. There's some things I will learn from her, yes, but you know, it's meant to be the other way around. Anything she tells me I can't state as fact yet. These are going to be through the experiences. Don't put your hand in the fire. Don't put your hand in the fire. Don't put your hand in the fire. Ah! What you gonna learn. So all these debating over small, and throwing slurs at us and all of this disrespect, I think should really stop. If anything, you should bow yourself down. And as Brother Tahuti says, take a couple of seats. Yeah, take a couple of seats. You know what I mean? Just listen to what other people have to say. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's all the point we're trying to make. At the end of the day, there's no, I don't know, when you say division in that sense, y'all made the division. Y'all made the distinction between Nuwapians and Nuwaubians. We didn't do that.
True.
You got what I'm saying? Yeah, we didn't start that. You made the distinction between them and us. Y'all started throwing slurs, Tito Jacksons and all sorts of talk. You know what I mean? Now you quoting us. Every episode I watch lately, it's ridiculous. Prince York, all of them. Quoting every single one in this panel. Every single one.
True. But
I'll be hearing now. Well, it's fine, but please, just like the master teacher, we want our respect. We want you to say, oh, look, yeah, well, I got this from Brother Maku, London, But you have to say it anyway, when it refers to the holy tablets, When it comes to that new stuff, all day I'm going to fight you on that. Because I ain't accepting that Garu stuff. Yes, brother.
How many animals are there?
Sorry?
Is there a Hindu animal?
Yes.
Exactly. So no matter how far y'all try to get away from Anu is a part of all species, cultures, and nature.
That's right.
The master teacher said the whole tablets that other names is Allah or Allah.
El-Ilah, yeah.
Yep.
Any other thing, they changed it from originally Anu.
Yep. And as Brother James Owen said, look, man, it's only a title unless you know the real name. And the real name's there in front of your eyes, but they don't necessarily see it. So, they'll be like, oh, Anu, yeah, but there were many Anus. Yeah, okay. We can agree to that. But just name them. Go on. Anu what? Anu Johnson, Anu Jackson, Anu Maku, Anu Hooney, Anu Malachi. What? Which one? All nine. Yeah. You go and say?
Yeah.
It's not complicated. These niggas making it complicated. Or Nigaru, sorry. It was simple when it was broke down in the first place. As I said, the reverse dunceness was the scrolls. If you couldn't deal with the holy tablets and you needed more of a breakdown, that's what the scrolls were for. It don't mean everybody needed that. As you're hearing, some people didn't even read the holy tablets. It was already imprinted and encoded in the DNA. The reformer came to spark that electric, re-spark your circuitry. You remember what it is in your DNA. Some don't have that capability, don't have that ability. Fine. We all have our different jobs and our different purposes. So if you believe you came from the soil, as half the family do, then that's real. The rest of us believe we came from the stars. And we're talking in tribes now. We're not talking in, England and America. No, we're talking tribally. Some look up, some look down. So we know in the family who from which tribe, just by their actions and the way they think. Some have a religious nature. We don't knock it. Some are coming from certain religions that are very powerful in the way they indoctrinate you. It's very difficult to come out that and then go into something that asks you to free your mind. Very difficult. Because a lot of us do need discipline because we're suffering from trauma. We need sound therapy. Otherwise, sound right reasoning is not going to work.
Excuse me, did someone call?
And just in case you need some of that, we got the magic man. We got the magic man. Yeah, and Sister Fatima. So that's not a plug. That's life. That's facts. Truth is truth. You get what I'm saying?
I just want to add on real quick, not to really take over from you.
Yep.
But talking about Willow Smith, and me and my wife, and we the ones in this panel was the one that brought out Willow Smith and Jaden Smith with his song "The Palladian Message," which I played for y'all. And she played the other song by Willow Smith on her last show last week, I believe, right? Or the week before. Now, Canasta, you want to talk about, she's talking about, you don't even know what she's talking about. Went far away to the planet called Tiamat with her and her spirit alone. So those indigo children are here to represent the extraterrestrials. Yes, us, the people that look up at the stars.
She said she's looking for
She was looking for the light body, exactly. You tried to get her played to make it seem like it came from y'all because your platform was bigger. But no, we know. Come from you. Now you're speaking divine love. You can answer when you speak on divine love. I was speaking on divine love. We were speaking on the show. We were speaking on divine love. You know what I mean? So this shows who's copying who, who's trying to do what to who, and you still can't outdo us with us because you ain't even listen to the whole song properly to understand. If you watch the show Get Down with Jada Smith in it, he has the Palladian command picture painted there. He's talking about the alien with the top hat. And all his songs, and he's putting it in the show. He drew a picture of the blind guy with the long hair with the 5-pointing star. As you said, McCool, he's the one that brought that up, saying that those players has nothing to do, or Ashtar Command has nothing to do with the Europeans grafted on this planet. They're a certain race of beings of their own genetics.
Facts. That's a fact. Yeah, but true stories. That Jaden Smith one, I couldn't even believe when I saw that. And Canassi said that, you know? Oh, she talks about aliens. She must know some stuff. Nigga. You're a young man and you ain't even in the grip with your own generation.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
The song is called Palladian. I forgot, but the word Palladian was used. Yeah. If she's saying she's a Palladian, you're supposed to have a problem with her according to your interpretation of the text and the information.
Thank you.
Do you see what I'm saying? This is why we say they don't study. The points you made wasn't even brought up. It's just like the Patarat. Once upon a time in a faraway galaxy. Things the master teacher never done. He gave you chapter and verse. He gave you the name, the different interpretations, depends where you were on this planet. Called Tiamat. The different stages. What's wrong with these people, you know? Everything is so, you know, and they wonder why we won't accept the information. It's crap. That's why you're having problems. It's not a fact. That's why it has to be an actual fact. Within an actual fact, If you look up the dictionary term or the definitionary term, it's not a fact. He used the word fact beyond all reasonable doubt. That's it. What more do you want from that? Oh, you need an actual fact after it. Yeah. It's ridiculous. New books coming out every week. Tell the truth, he's not writing them. The person who's locked under the jail, the person who's lost his writing privileges, the person who you can't go and visit. The person who's 71 years old, angioedema, the guards are just treating him badly and whatever, is writing books. And you wonder why they're inconsistent and you're confused. You followers, you sheeple, you Nuwaubians, you ain't got nothing to say when we call you that. Now you Nuwapians.
Yeah. Right.
You Nuwapians wearing bindis and all sorts of Asian practices. But because we have right knowledge, we see right through it. We studied this long time ago. As I told another brother yesterday, 15, 20 years ago, I read the Mahabharata, the Bhagavad Gita, the Upanishads, all directed from the master teacher to go and don't believe me. Check it out for yourself. So I did. Simple.
And that y'all just straight Hindus. Just come out and tell the people, y'all Hindus, you come from
This
that
is what we
bloodline.
deal with. We deal with Wahua. Cool. We understand it, but it's one side of the force. Done. Ain't our side. Yeah. So we won't vibrate on the same. We're not vibrating on the same. You're dealing with the 6. We dealing with the 9. We over you. We know what you're doing, but you know, yours, the 6 is in the 9. Simple mathematics. But you can't have the 6 be trying to overpower and the energy and the. Those are supposedly the lower chakras. Do you get what I'm saying? Your animal instincts, your soul, you know, your sexual drive and your lower chakras, man.
Yeah. Well, you matter of fact, while you dealing with that and talking on that, yo, before you get to Malachi, where's the video? Show that clip you sent me in the messenger. Yeah. With the reptilian, you know, you show the skull from the holy tablets, the breakdown.
Okay.
When you sent me this morning. Show that.
Give me 1 second. Let me get to it. All right?
We're talking.
Yeah.
Huh?
All right, give me 1 second. I'm gonna go to it.
Yeah.
I can finish
All right,
building.
Yeah.
Damn, cool. Finish.
So yeah, it's just, you know, they can say what they want, but they're not doing the study, they're not doing the research, they're not doing none of it. You know what I mean? Making everything seem profound and this and that. And, you know, if we're not dealing with, especially with the conscious community, I'll go away from the Nuwapians. You're going to get a breather for the minute. Let's deal with the advert, the conscious or the unconscious community. Now, my argument and thing is, if you don't have no structure, if you're not Nation of Islam, if you're not a Hebrew Israelite, if you're not a Nuwapian, you know what I mean? If you're not 5%, then what the hell are you? Because this new conscious thing where you just be wearing symbols from all denominations, yeah, and talking about we practice Yoruba and Santeria and da-da-da-da. Hindu again. So there's more than one group of individuals practicing, interested, and took the path towards Hinduism. And don't be fooled, Hinduism has many forms. It's not just one thing. And it's not just one group of beings. We part Hindu, you know, as I said, they have to accept it. Because what was Cadman? And furthermore, what was Abraham? These 9 feet tall, slender beings. They need to read their tablets properly. Everyone's in denial. I'm not reptilian. I'm not this. I'm not that. Well, it is what it is. The physical flesh is the physical flesh. It doesn't matter. But it has to have some correlation. You sitting there rusty looking, knowing full well you was green before. But oxidation has turned you rusty brown. But you're not reptile, you're not amphibian, none of that. You're not Remerdian, you're not Meldikian, you're not troglodyte, you're not none of that. No. You got web fingers, you got all of these things, Why do you supposed Nuwaubians have a problem with this? It's a fact that information is not for everybody, even Nuwapians. You're losing your mind, you're out of your tree. Because what we see is laughable and embarrassing. You're flip-flopping. You're sun dancing 1 minute, where you at? Master teacher never flip-flop like this, man. He went through these different schools and these different religions to explain a point, to get you through. And if you've been through these schools, religious schools, then going through any other school of thought should be similar. It's immerse and emerge. That's the whole practice of what the schools were about. The rest, the niggas is just making up. Oh yeah, well, you was in the schools, they were doing fantasy stuff and secret stuff they didn't want to tell nobody. No, fool. Facts is facts. It was blatantly obvious that for a long, long while, people were not ready for that information. We had to get them out of the schools. But we had to immerse those who hadn't even been in it. To do anything or to admire your ancestor. And so you admire Yeshua. Okay, cool. Then do as Yeshua did. Where's your sandals, nigga? Where's your sackcloth? Oh, you on Mohammedism. Okay, no problem. But you got to dress and you got to walk in the feet of Muhammad. You got to live like he lived. You got to walk that path. And unfortunately, if you stick to the biblical, some of y'all are going to have some jail experience. Trust that. And it's one thing missing from some of these bougie 7-day Adventists turned Nuwapians, Jehovah's Witness turned Nuwapians, Nation of Islam turned Nuwapians. You know what I'm saying? Couldn't let it go. Now in the new doctrine, everything you're quoting is from the Bible. The audacity and the cheek of you. Like the Bible has more validity than the holy tablets. Or is older, or is more. No, nigga. Niggaru. Nah. That's why I say we masters, man. You're not on our level, man. 720 plus. I keep reiterating to the assassin, you don't like it. 720. Some people say they claim they got 720. Well, a claim is a claim. Now you Kanasu, know what objective and subjective. When I made this argument time ago to the assassin, when he told me, oh, but you haven't seen, I knew. Well, then that's an objective argument. Subjective is my point of view. If you think I'm crazy for saying I took to my ancestors, you crazy too. Everybody who does religion is crazy. So it's a subjective and objective argument. Now I hear Kanasu using it. That's why I say another example of you using our words. We teaching you without teaching you. But you ain't got nothing.
Let me chime in for a moment, if you don't mind, Master.
Yes, big
I
bro.
appreciate it. I just want to share this right quick. People talk about the way, and I know that we are, not necessarily us, but I'm looking at us as a whole. And, from, first of all, let me start off with the sacred spiritual master teacher. A lot of people underestimate who and what he is. But again, and I can't stress this enough, that he always said it wasn't just about him, it's about all of us. Okay? Now, I'm saying this to say this, saying that to say this. With all the people that we are, yes, we are one family, but you got to remember, on this globe, we come from, not just Native America, but different parts of Nuba, different parts of what they call in Africa, Saudi Arabia. This whole planet was a Melanite planet. And this one being definitely had to be a will of nature, because again, this one being reached us as individuals, and he reached us on a collective level. Okay? Now, whether it was in the religious school, and I'm going to go through them swiftly right quick. Okay, he was able to reach us through Judaism when he came forth with the Nubian Islamic Hebrews, or the Hebrew portion of what he taught. Okay, with him being Rabboni Yahshua, whatever. Okay, some people, it was in the blood, and we know that Hebrew is really, really a blood thing. It's more of an action. Okay, so we went through that for however many years. But you got some people that's in our family that haven't went through that yet. You got some people who's either being misguided and need instructions. You got some people that was raised between that particular school in which he gave us the Hebrew portion of it. They need that today in order to help free themselves. And you got some people that this is all they need for them. They might not need what they call in the Christianity side, or they might not make it to the Islamic side, or whatever. That's good enough for them. And who are any one of us to say, that will have the audacity to say that this individual, because he's coming from what they call in a Judaic doctrine or a Hebraic doctrine, and it resonates with their soul, not yours. It resonates with their soul, and it's helping to make them, and this is key, a better person, in order for them to be able to do something with their life. Now, put that on the side. Same thing with Christianity. Now, I know for a fact, and that's why I say all the time, the conscious community need to shut up, especially when I say this, because I have seen couples that have used that Bible, and they're living a lot better. You can call it false, you can call it made up, you can call it anything you want to, but they're living well. And I'm talking about women who apply those principles to their life, and they're married to that. Okay, but you can call it fact, fiction, whatever you want to say, but they are living well in this world. Okay, and if they're able to take that information, whether it was fact or fiction, and help to make them a better person as individuals, or the couple who I see in my mind's eye, who I met in person, and they're doing well for themselves. Who am I or any one of us to say what they're doing is wrong? This is the real way, if you really, really look at it. And the same thing with what they're calling, the real Islam. For somebody that might have been misguided or misinterpreted El Quran. And for those teachings, and this is for the people who want to, downplay that the old doctrine books don't matter and all that kind of stuff like that. That was some vital information that was put out during that particular school. Imam Isa was no joke, man. I mean, I'm saying this, for the listening audience and people who want to check him out, who need references. Any people who's on that particular pathway, and that's all a tariq or a tarak really, really is. It's a pathway. Your pathway might not be what someone else's pathway is. Okay? And that's one of the greatest things I remember. And I was sharing this with my twin spirit the other day, I think it was yesterday, you know,
Yeah.
huh? Can you hear me? Okay, and I just wanted to just sum that up right quick.
True.
Thank you, thank
No,
you.
that's true, bro.
And that's the real Tariq or whatever. That's the real Tariq or Tarak, however you want to phrase it. That's phonetics. Then we right back to phonetics again. Now, when the people want to lie and try to say, I don't care how much they update anything and call it Patarak, Tariq. When we was going through those language of Nubic, and peace and blessings to Yadullah, may he continue to travel. From what I heard, okay, they say it was actually, he was the one that actually constructed, not Nuwabic, but Nubic, when he joined Ashuric, Arabic, and Aramic Hebrew. That was his and other family members doing.
Facts.
Okay. Now, but again, we are all family in some form or fashion. And what works for you might not work for me. And I said this, and I'm going to put this on pause. My phone is about ready to die. But I want people to hear me clearly when I say this live. I don't have a problem with pretty much anyone doing anything that works for them. But don't make it a problem when I do the same thing. And I said it before, and I'm going to say it now, live and direct. When the things hit the fan, it opened the door for me to come who and what I am today in order for me to get closer to who and what I am and what I was before. It helped bring out the best in me. Okay? Like I said in my interview, and I'm going to say it now, that my next phase for me is a continuation of self-development. Now, if other people want to read old doctrines, which is fine, without, like I said, I love classics. Real information, divine truth, never gets outdated and it would never go old. That's the main problem that Melanites have, because if you really, really look at the people that's controlling the world, they have a respect for history. They will fight tooth and nail and to their death to preserve their history, right or wrong, fact or fiction. But I'm looking at Melanites that is so easily, they will so easily let go of what something is rightfully theirs. Okay? Whether you don't need it no more or whatever, but it's still a part of our story.
That's a
Same
fact.
thing what people want to say, they want to just do away with the holy tablets. Okay, you got some people never made it, never had a chance to even look at the holy tablets yet.
True.
You got people who never even went through these particular schools yet. And this is what he said, and this is for people who need a reference. When he said in that class, I think it's now it's called the Mysteries of the Egyptian Ma'at, right? He said, I've been waiting for spiritual masters to that should have been raised amongst us. He said it way back then. And for the nutcase who keep making and declaring that he's the one and only master teacher, he says so himself. So that's why I love going back to what he said, not what somebody putting in a book.
That's right.
Or what they're saying nowadays. He said, you are your own master. But you got people that would easily shy away from that. They would shy away from that.
Fact.
Right? But so like I say, that's the real way, because what works for one person may not work for another. And we look at all of us as a whole, as a family, we should be wise enough and compassionate enough to say, okay, if that works for you and that help makes you a better person, then so be it. Conscious community. You want to know why we haven't advanced as a whole for Operation Takeover? Is because of silliness like that. And then you got some people who not even religious at all. You got people that's scientists amongst us. That all they need is to be able to as you know, as we say with sound therapy. You got people who need to get that experience, either from themselves, through themselves, or through one of us or somebody that they know. And that's enough to help make them a better person. That's the real way. If you really, really think about it, in conclusion, if you really think about that, each one of us can elevate and be who and what we're supposed to be as a whole, regardless to wherever we came from, in regards to whatever language we speak, in regards to whatever religion or culture or irreligious or people, whatever you want to call it, we still would be qualified to do what we were sitting here to do as a whole. We're not supposed to be, continue to be bickering back and forth and over who got this and who got that. We're supposed to bring all of that together. And what resonates with you, let it resonate. And what's not, just let's do away with it, man.
Facts.
It's too late in the game. And on that note, I'm putting this on pause for the next master to speak.
Yeah. It's powerful. Brother Hooney always on point.
Always.
That's why he's the magic man. He be bringing that magic, man.
And we say, for those that don't understand our lingo, you better understand that lingo.
Yeah. That's a fact.
Right there. What we do. That's what we here doing. We in our school, or what you consider school, where we at, and you're where you're at. But you need to know to look up.
They tell you what's coming in the bag.
That's right.
Recognize, if you say you're a part of the school still, or you're a part of master teacher's teacher, then you're to look. Still stay within your school, but still acknowledge what we're saying is facts. Because I can say the things that when you say certain things that are true, I say true, or I say facts. When you say some idiotic ass statement like he's the only master teacher and other things of that nature, you're wrong, and I'm not going to agree with that.
That's right.
You're going to get the wrath of a master teacher. If that was the case, there wouldn't have been no such thing as master student teachers.
Facts.
Right? There would be no reason for him to put in the holy tablets that there were other masters, that he wasn't alone. So, in saying so, we understand why y'all try to keep people from the old doctrine or the old doctrine. You know what I mean? Or the old, or the tablets or the things you say that are outdated. We understand why you're trying to do that. Because you don't want to steer nobody away from the Patarak or the actual facts. Shit, he been explaining, but on another scale.
That's right.
When you deal with the kind of Bible. But Malachi, did you find that? Because I wanted to read that real quick.
I got it in the background. Let me see.
For these guys, I want you to show that for these guys explaining they not reptilian or part of reptilian, or the reptilians coming to eat them, like, you know, all this other dumb shit, you know.
Right.
So hey, you know what I mean? You don't want to be 80.
So we know we ain't. What's the word? Slandering. We ain't slandering.
Yeah, slapping.
We don't do slander.
Or we just making shit up out of our minds.
That's right.
Why do you leave?
No. What we do around here, we play the tape.
Yeah.
Yeah. We play the tape around here. We didn't make the tape.
Look, we didn't play the tape today, but we're gonna be playing some of that tape
Right.
tomorrow. I hope. Malachi, shoot that up there real quick, man.
Yeah, I'm pulling it up right now.
For these dudes, man.
Coming up right now.
We making.
Did you see my screen?
It's sharing though. All right, now it's there. We go.
It's
What's
big
his name?
screen.
Yep, Asu never Nubu. That's you.
No, it's gone again.
That ain't the name. All right, wait, it disappeared again. Put it back up. It went back
You
down.
can see it, bro? Big screen?
Yeah.
See, let me see.
No,
Right.
it's gone again.
You gotta get it stuck.
All right, here we go. So,
Hold on.
Holy Tablets,
No,
chapter
it happened.
9.
I can't see it. Oh, yeah, there. There.
Do it again. You gotta make sure it stays there.
Hold on.
Sometimes it's just hard to make it stay. There you go. Holy Tablets 1. Right? Tablet, what is this? 1.
9.
Verse 9. 59.
Yep. Chapter 1, tablet 9.
Oh, it's tablet. It's tablet 9 because I see a 1.
That's chapter 1.
Tablet.
Chapter 1, tablet 9.
Yeah, all right.
Okay.
Oh, tablet 1.
Yep.
59 verse, I guess. Then it would be humans crawled, but in the form of what looks like crocodiles. If you examine the back or the spinal column of humans, you can see knots up and down the spinal column. Millions of years ago, it was a fin. This fin or cell was used to conduct heat and regulate heat, and the body had to mutate. Author note: humans do not develop lungs until 4 months old. The period of pregnancy, the baby is in the womb. The fetus uses gills to breathe oxygen. At the age of 3 to 6 months, the seed will hold its breath underwater as natural. How long? This is an answer we shouldn't have the evidence. All right, it says, all right, it says 92% water in the blood, percent water in the brain, 60% water in the body, 73% water in the heart, 83% water in the lungs. Now it says Holy Tablet 1941. It says, therefore, humans develop from one cell animal, which developed into a water creature. And these humans are tadpoles or reptilians for the first 3 months. Into water creatures, and these humans are tadpoles or reptilians for the first 3 months in their mother's womb. Still have webbed hands, gills, and scales. In their own evolution, with the help of their mammalian parent. Oh, yeah. So how do you say it?
Mammalian.
Yeah. Mammalian. There you go. That's what I wanted to say. I was going to say million.
Sorry, I was.
Mammalian. Parents, they become the root seed of mammals. Later, you be called human beings. Bingo. Is your picture from the Holy Tablets? Evolving from out of water, walking on the land of dinosaurs, turning into dinosaur people. Here's pictures of the skulls. They represent these people that still either they're born this way with this skull, or you have tribes over there in Africa that put 2 pieces of wood on the side of the baby skull as it grows, so to resemble their ancestors. Respect to the ancestors. These are the people that Doc was speaking about that mix with the reptilians or the nomos or the snake people. Right? As the brother was speaking earlier, he brought up the Toros and the Knuckles and the Doros. The Knuckles and the Toros, or what? What they do? Mix, right?
Yeah.
Yaku's mom came from underground to the surface to what? Mix with the Knuckle. The brother, I think his name is Fuquan. Fuquan's brother. She, in the story says she eloped with the brother.
Yeah, that's right.
In species and genetic makeup, it formulated Yaku with the size of 2 brains. Because one was a cone-head people. He just showed you partly one. In other shows, if you go back, we showed pictographs of the cone-head. And this is nothing you can make up. You can Google it. You can look anywhere on any Google site and find these skulls. Refrains. Even the Yaku skull base, even though some say that was made up. They came from those with the front of the knuckles had the frontal lobe, funny big head like mine's. You know what I mean? And then you had those that had the cone head shape. Which was Yaku's mother's side with the chinky eyes. They were called the Taurus.
The Deros.
The Taurus, right?
No, Deros.
The Taurus?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
And the Danik.
You had the Swami. You had the Swamis. Now, these people Yakub was a dissatisfied that left his land to go where? To the island of
To the surface.
Who left with him? A lot of disgruntled Hindus, those who didn't want to pay homage to their original ancestors or those galactical parents. The Inagis.
That's right. And can I add that most of those were who lived in the land of Becca, which is now Mecca, were Asiatic, and they were descendants of Cain, not Canaan. Yeah, not Canaan. Great grandson or some shit. You know what I mean? Or yeah, grandnephew, you would say. You know what I mean? But Cain, as in Cain and Abel, or Cain and Seth.
Not Tubal Cain.
Not Tubal Cain, but Cain.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So the descendants of Cain, you know what I'm saying, which would make Cain part Asiatic. You know what I'm saying? Which would obviously be a fact because his father, Cadman, was an Asiatic, black Asiatic, or
he was from the
Hindu.
His family was from the Tutsi, the Cushites.
Yeah, that's right.
The Cushites. The Pygmies.
Mm-hmm.
The Tories. The Tar.
Yeah.
Whatever y'all want to say.
Kish. They were called, the Kishites. There was no Kush yet, but Kish, yes. You know?
Yes.
And this is before the flood.
Yeah.
We're talking before the flood, as you would say, pre-flood. But obviously, they don't want to talk about that. They want to go back more recent, like Abraham.
Black men came back and took over Africa with Yoruba.
Yep. Yoruba tribe of Judah.
And that's in your second holy tablet. It's in your first holy tablet. It's definitely in the second holy tablet.
Yep. And the tribe of Judah.
With the map of Africa showing you what villages and tribes they traveled through and conquered and took over.
The tribe of Judah and Dan, or Danakil, shows you that these Ephia, or these Utopians or Ethiopians, you know what I'm saying,
Right.
have a different origin. That's your ancestors coming from the Riskians, who are the Danakil. You get what I'm saying? They were just changed by radiation from the inner sun. Do you get what I'm saying? That's what called the head shape, the head difference. Not with the cone heads. They already had that. But with the
they're all race of beings with the
with the Danakil, who were Riskians, they are said to be the holders of the melanin, where we get our pigment or our thing from, because obviously the Teros varied from yellow skin to, pale skin to brown skin. Do you get what I'm saying? So they varied, they're more varied. And the Danakil was straight Nubian. But the head adaptation came from a genetic mutation caused by radiation from the inner sun.
And a different chromosome genetic makeup.
Yeah. But originally, if you want to say, and when they come on the surface, they're known as the tribe of Judah and Danakil, or Utopians, or Israelites, or, So
that's why I say no mixing.
Yes, and people are misinterpreting species when they're not even us yet. For them to get to us, they're still talking about our ancestors. And no one ain't no 9 feet tall, like no Cadman or no Abraham, and even like no Art Nephishtim, the first being on the planet to cry. Do you see what I'm saying? Showing that all other beings were either half Anunnaki, and the times of the mixing went quite the way down into what we call modern history. Yeah.
Yeah.
So what they're saying is pre-dynastic and all that type of stuff. That was them. There ain't no doubt about that. They made the story plain and abundantly clear. That Ra and Bess and, you know, they came, they were created, they were so, but they ruled. And then their descendants ruled. And then their descendants ruled. You know?
Right.
Showing that it's one and the same people. So all this talk about, oh, have you seen Anu? Well, yeah. I'm talking to Anu on the phone. I'm on the panel with Anu's. I don't know what these guys are talking about. I just said it's a subjective argument. You know, if you're saying I don't talk to my ancestors, that's your point of view. That's not a fact, though. If I say I see my ancestors in you, well, I'm going to give you the scientific fact on that, in the physical. Then we can debate about if you're a hologram or not. But that's another science, pseudoscience, should I say. We have to talk about the facts on that. But I haven't got time. I'm trying to concentrate and meditate and focus and take these monatomic golds and all sorts and turn myself into a sham, into pure energy and get the hell out of here. I ain't waiting for no mothership.
I'm glad you said that, McCool, because right now, as we're speaking, motherfuckers are being forced out of their shells right now.
Facts.
The avatars of the beings and the light beings that's going to take over these bodies are either going to be agreeable or disagreeable. Some are going to continue to combust. But right now, we're in a state of that happening. So a lot of people are losing their mind. Some are coming delusional. Some will be forced out of their shell.
Fact. It's an epidemic.
In that state.
It's an epidemic.
With the shit, especially in this month. Vortex 4412, there was a vortex opening.
Yep.
It was an alignment. Dudes don't even pay attention. You're talking about all this other bullshit.
Facts.
Not saying you shouldn't set up government. You shouldn't set up lands. You shouldn't open stores. But all that other rhetoric you shooting at people with, like you the ones to follow. The intergalactical beings here higher than that y'all have to conform to. There's a new school coming down.
When people are making decisions or whether to keep you.
You're talking about dying and going to Samawati and all these different places.
Yeah, you see, that's another thing I wanted to bring up. This issue of self, like affliction and stuff, you know, woe is me, doomsday, all thrown in when people have right knowledge. Makes no sense. First thing they say, but when you die, you know, when you think, or what about happens and they might kill us, and nigga, you're afraid of death, really? And you got right knowledge.
And some of us ain't dying, and those of us that do, some of us that are dying ain't gonna die in the state which you're saying. They're gonna die. They're transforming out of this body into a whole other body.
That's right. That's why when you say mummies and zombies, you're right.
The dimensional shift is taking place right now. So if you're not ready yet, you're gonna die a physical death.
Yep.
Idiot. You're gonna be forced out of your body, and some other being is gonna take over your body.
Good luck. Saying good luck.
Idiot.
Those who don't know, have knowledge of self, will die and come back as a butterfly. Your choice. Or you can ascend. You can ascend, join the ancestors, their gigi, and go on to the next level.
You can ascend here in your physical state. Nobody's waiting to die to go to heaven on this panel.
That's it.
We know that the earth is transforming into heaven as we speak, or Ilion. Go back into your teachers. You keep talking about the old school is outdated, leave it alone. Well, in the old school, he taught you what Nasser Malakut was. He taught you what the third and fourth dimension. If we're in the fourth dimension, that means we're in the state of Malakut, which is heaven.
Facts.
The earth is transforming as above and so below. It's transforming into heaven as we speak. Yeah, we know the difference between ideology and religion. We're not speaking from a religious ideology point. It's from an actual, true, actual, factual point. That's true. That can't be changed. Yeah, you're right. Some truths can be changed in the sense of what you were saying. Who's trying to shoot? And that. You can't beat us in the head with it. You can't tell us about facts and truth.
Let me add on that.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Jim.
So there's an existence. We're actually living multiple existences as we live right now. You know what I'm saying? So
that's right.
We're connected. So we're connected by this umbilical cord, quote unquote, what they call it, to the spiritual realm. You know what I'm saying? So we can tap into that realm.
Euphoric cord. Yep, that's right.
So we can tap
into the etheric cord.
Yeah, the ether cord. So we can tap into the. So we're already connected. So every time, let me make this fact. So if you live to be 120 years old, or if you live to be 100 years old, you sleep for about 33 years. So let's say you live to be about 120, which was supposed to be the lifespan, you sleep for about 36 years, right? 36 years of sleep. Etheric state. This is when you're supposed to be getting information, and that's a whole actual another life that you're living. You see what I'm saying? It's not. Sometimes when you wake up, you got physical evidence of sex and shit like that. You see what I'm saying? So you're actually in that realm as well. You're in this realm, and that realm is in the realm of death. This is why the ancestors said you died every night. Every time the sun went down, you died and you was resurrected. Every time Horus rise, every time Horus riz. So, you know, so being afraid of death is like being afraid of sleep.
Straight.
You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
And but now, so what's taking place is when you're in this state of sleep, you don't remember when you wake up. And this is because of vaccinations and all that type of stuff that took place on the body early, so that you don't remember your etheric life. That is an actuality and it's a reality. You know what I'm saying? So they disconnected that. So now, right, you got this consciousness that people are saying, okay, we're conscious. Well, conscious will only be conscious of you being alive. Subconscious would be you on your etheric state, and the message is getting from your etheric realm. You understand what I'm saying? And your intuitiveness, that would be like from your heart, the messages that comes from your heart. So you got these different realms of existence. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
You with me on that?
Yep, I got that.
Yeah. You going on,
Yep. And also to go with that, 120 years and 120 degrees go together.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? The spiritual or the thing beings had 180. And that gave them knowledge of self. So that gave them knowledge of their existence as euphoric beings. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
But not knowledge of the all, obviously. Because the all has all the knowledge, you know.
Add to that, Mark.
Yeah.
Because when you have the circle and the square, we know that to be 360, and we have the 360.
Yep.
Right. So that's the 720. But then when you add the 180, like you said,
yep,
that's 999. And that 180 angle across. So you're actually looking at a dot and a line, right, with a square. Yep. That would be pretty much everything. That would be a Metatron just with three symbols.
Yep.
A dot, a square,
and a line.
Yeah.
Straight.
And a line, I mean.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
But human, which is why we're over the Anunnakis, or we're over Inky and them, is because we was created with 360 already.
Yep. And that
this is why those Anunnakis or angels of Elohim or Elohim choose a contract to come here to live. They want to come through an earthly human state because they want to gain that 360 degrees. Whereas they was only graded gaining it through school.
Yeah.
And only 7 archangels attained that 720. Not speaking upon that wisdoms or the elders or the 24.
I know
24 elders.
you're correct. Because
So
the as you said, the Elohim who are lesser, and remember there's classes even in the Elohims and the Anunnaki. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, it was classes.
Yeah, there's different classes. Yeah. You got a
This is
higher
why you
class.
can't do.
Yep.
This is why
So having 360 degrees of the spiritual realm, you would have to be in tune with your dreams.
That's right.
In that realm that you touch in anytime you meditate, lucid dream, or fall asleep. You would have to know what's going on there. Because you can go to the same place in your dreams every night if you got it like that. And you can build there. You know what I'm saying? You can build there and you can visit there anytime you want. You dig me?
Right.
Anyway, so you would have to know that's a 360 there and 360 whatever is on who you are on as a physical.
That's why that 360 of physical that is all encompasses of that Hindu knowledge, or that you would have to go to a guru and study with the masters who've mastered physicality and meditation and contortion and pain and impaling themselves. This is that 360 we're talking about. That's all part of that 360 of physical knowledge and mastering it. But then we're talking about the 360 of the metaphysical knowledge. You know what I mean? As we said, they're unseen, or the stuff that you can't see but is there. The subatomic particles, the sum of all things, before they can measure it or weigh it, and the stuff they still don't know. Dark energy, dark matter,
Yeah.
That's right. They're still trying to work it out. I'm watching their programs. I'm watching all their discoveries and NASA and all sorts. That is pseudoscience.
Yeah, we understand y'all cry for help. Y'all do that so we can give y'all the answers. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh, obviously, when they start us, it's fine. But everything is always ended with a question. That's a fact. Will tell us this and explain to us that, and because I really want to know. No, you're supposed to know already.
But I know I'm gonna take it off, but it's in my mind, so I don't want to get it. So he spoke of if the master teacher was in cahoots, or these Tamahu or these European or white people or Jews were working with the master teacher, they would be crying out to free the master teacher. No, they wouldn't. See, dummy, because they know who Malachi truly is. They understand that state of he's not in jail. In jail. See, why you think the Tibetans and the Jews and the monk were on the land to see the master teacher in person? Why do you think they came to see his great works and relics and ask questions? Even your Zachariah Stitchens. And it's another thing y'all niggas don't be bringing up. Zachariah Stitchens was sitting in class too. He came to the land himself. Doc said when he was building Egypt of the West, he was building relics for those that was in the know to come see him. They knew about the relics that he was building, that was the call for them to come check him.
Yo, bro, big bro.
Yeah,
you're signed into two conversations. That's why you're breaking up a little bit.
I'm signed into 2 conversations.
Yeah, I can see here in the chat. There's
That's
one with
right.
you just on your own. You're still signed in another one. I'll write in it so you can see. That one. Did you get that? Oh, you dropped out the wrong one. One second. Yeah.
Y'all there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for that, Maku.
Yeah, and oh my God, much clearer now.
Okay.
I'll get back to what I said.
Yep.
Okay, I was saying that they said in there, if the master teacher was in cahoots with the Tamahu Europeans or these Jews, why the Jews participating in on the outcry or the petitions to free Dr. Malachi York is because when you speak about the Jews or any other Tamahu that are in higher orders, they know and understand that he's not locked up. Why participate in a fallacy? Why participate when they know the truth in jail, when they know the true revelations? In jail, they know he's
Sure.
not incarcerated. So why participate in that? That's for those are lesser lessons, lesser degrees. I went into the fact of why do you think that when the master teacher was building Egypt of the West and a lot was done already, that these Tibetan monks, these Jews came to the land to visit him. Also amongst them was Zachariah Stitchin in those classes. See, when he said he built Egypt of the West, he said he was building relics on the land. That all those that was in the know were coming to visit him to find out if he was the one they've been waiting on. And they knew it by him resurrecting what? King Solomon's temple. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The pyramids and other things. So these are the relics. These relics drew them in. So what do you mean they don't know or they wasn't working and they wasn't working? No, you're the ones that are lost. Those in the higher lessons, those that are in the Masonic orders, those in whatever orders, for those that are in AEO, I guess. I mean, whatever orders y'all have going on, the Golden Child and all this other things, you know what I mean? I don't know. And, or y'all do know, and y'all being with what's called, where I see a lot of people going saying mum's the word. Well, mums isn't the word no more. See, because only mum is mum.
Yeah, Nun's
And a lot of those rituals on the land with the Mugaraj, he brought a lot of those mummies to life by doing the ceremonies and rituals that he was doing. Y'all don't even know the names y'all was calling when you was saying these rituals or repeating and gurgitating or participating in these ceremonies. A lot do. So I respect the elders because the elders are the one that have y'all like the puppets on a string and they know the truth. But they know when certain people appear like we're appearing, they know they can't outdo that. So we're the ones that can reveal that. There's no more mum's the word, my boy. You know what I mean? All secrets are to be revealed now.
Facts.
Understand them hiding it because it's like, oh, you put Doc on the spot, you're exposing them. Or if they start looking for him, they not gonna go looking for him because they already know where he's at. Like McCool said, you figure out where he's at. That's what you do.
Facts.
That's why there's no more talk about where, far as the government is concerned, about Dr. York or bringing charges up on him. They already have you all believing he's locked up. So what do they have to say? Oh, let's put this terrorist charge on him, or let's put this false diplomatic claims that he's claiming. 135 years, according to y'all.
But he's making passport. Jail photo.
Yeah. So what the hell, man?
Come on.
Talk about passports. What passport got to do with your diplomatic status? That's not a card.
And that's not a reason to get arrested. He's saying it's fraud.
Yeah.
Why haven't they arrested him for fraud?
Or
He's in
claiming
jail.
diplomatic
As
status.
he said, he's in jail. Unless he's not in jail. Assassin. Because you're the one saying it. What if he's not in jail? How come he hasn't been arrested? How can they charge it? And if he's in jail, come on. Unless you've been to jail, you should know that. Common sense, like if they were going to charge someone in jail with a crime, they're going to get written off. I'm doing 135 years. You're going to bring some petty charges of passport, trying to be a fake diplomat. What charge is that anyway? Does it come under federal? Is it on his charge sheet? All myths. The charge sheet don't even make sense. You're talking about child molestation, and you know full well the federal government don't deal with that shit.
Right.
So you made up. You went for RICO and Mann Act Mann Act.
And that one there goes for your Nuwaubians and your Chucks. Talking about he's locked, spreading this false propaganda. He's locked up for child molestation. That's the state charge.
Yep.
He's locked up in under this. Federal charges do not hold that charge on it. He didn't cop a plea to molestation or attempt molestation.
Yeah, so that's what we're saying. And you know, that uniform he was supposedly wearing.
Tax evasion, RICO.
Yeah, they don't put you in a jumpsuit for tax evasion and RICO. We watched it many times. We watched it with Nicky Barnes and all them. Them guys was wearing their normal clothes. How come this guy was wearing orange jumpsuit? Huh? County. How come he got county jumpsuit? How come it's not federal?
Or at least a federal tag, because now they lock federal inmates wherever they can house them, or they house them in different places because of their charges.
But they're saying he copped a plea to the state charge.
A federal ban on your arm if you're a federal inmate.
Yeah,
not if you're in the county.
That's right.
Not.
That's right.
I just left prison. I was with feds in the county, but they had a different ban.
Yep.
Or a different type of jumpsuit.
And what's the orange? Is the orange not state? Yeah. I mean counties.
Yeah, that's the county. Yeah, it's county.
County.
Who's right? County.
Yeah. So I'm saying, okay, they're saying he's confessing on tape to the count in a county uniform. That means it would have been the state charge. Do you get what I'm saying? Where there was no case. Remember that collapsed. So you don't make it an issue because it never got to court. It never made it. They never had enough evidence or whatever they want to say. So that's out of the picture. Right. That's why the child molestation and all that is out of the picture, because that relates to that case. Where is the video of the federal case? Because you know you can't take no cameras in no federal court.
Unless they got permission.
Unless they got permission, unless your name's
Gotti.
OJ Simpson.
Or Gotti's.
Yeah. Gotti, OJ Simpson. The list goes on, but most of them are celebrities, man, in some form or another.
But how could
You
you
know
be
that
an
the
account?
master teacher is a big celebrity as far as we're concerned, as the world concerned. His name is world renowned. So someone like that, they're gonna be a big thing. They're gonna be like the Michael Jackson trials.
I want to talk about that orange jumpsuit picture too.
Yeah.
Now,
Please.
take the orange jumpsuit picture
Mm-hmm.
and you put it with the picture of Reverend Dr. Malachi York in those last classes.
Mm-hmm.
Those are two different features, man. That man in the Reverend classes, got false teeth. This guy in the jumpsuit looks young, skin tight. His skin ain't sagging. His jaws ain't sucked in. You can't tell the false teeth. Who the hell is? I like. Who the hell
Something
is
going
that?
on. Yep.
Fully look like the master teacher.
Good clone.
Not the one I know.
I know.
Even if that is him talking on telephone conversations, clones can have the same voice. Yeah, there's different mutations that take place, but they still have the same voice, my man.
Yeah. Well, after the one in Tibet, I ain't heard no rebuttal on that.
And the mutation that would take place would be the evidence of him lacking his memory and not being able to speak as he usually does.
That's a fact. Well, that's a fact. And we witnessed to that on one or two of the tapes.
Yeah. Oh, what's today's date? Actually, three times tomorrow. Yeah. What's today's date? On May 5th. Now, much as May 5th is a significance to Pops, he would not took time to build on May 5th.
Exactly.
I don't understand it, man. Updates and all this, new pot the rocks. Well, it's a lot of things taking place right now that should have been already sent out in letters for y'all to be writing about. To tie in to what's taking place with the shift.
Okay, what about this new stuff with the incense and the 9 day, what was it?
Oh, the 9-day fast that starts tomorrow.
Okay.
Call themselves cutting out Comanche Bunu in Babylon Dawn by doing their own type of ritual fast for the Sundance situation.
Facts. As we knew they would.
Oh, started today?
Oh, sorry. News announcement. Well, you didn't hear the assassin basically give them an ultimatum. If you don't stop talking the truth, we won't fund Sundance. You didn't hear that? That was on one of these shows.
I heard trying to blackmail people into, just speak on the Sundance and not the teachings. When niggas speak on entertainment and stop speaking on the teachings.
I'm just saying it's a bit scary. Yeah, that's right. I'm just saying it's a bit scary that he feels he's in a position that he can say that. You see what I'm saying?
Of course, because she's giving a warning out along with the Sundance, and that goes along with the Sundance, her giving out the warning. Take heed if you don't participate, this or these things or whatever, this is what's going to take place with the Nuwapians.
Mm-hmm.
And for the right for her to say
this
that.
Is what I'm talking about with the stubbornness of
I was about to say that, but cool.
And not listening.
Said.
Yep.
The teacher said so. Well, the master teacher was the one that went to the Navajos and had the ceremony and these things put in place.
That's right.
Oh, if you don't do this, the only thing I see that's really fit is the medicine. All right, so what? Y'all drain millions of dollars out of people for over 15 years.
Straight.
From before, from the HTM Tabernacle with Sakina and all of them splitting up shit. But at the same time, y'all niggas been collecting money for years on this release or this petition or this council.
Right.
To what you say, oh, other people's putting in work. Victoria, don't speak about them. Deuce is a fraud.
Straight.
A fucking
Fraud.
fake, a phone.
Fraudster.
He frauds with money.
Straight. Fraudster. He's a fraud.
And another trick, and they forcing Victoria. I don't want to shoot too much at Victoria because I can hear her real love. She's just lost. But she does have love for the master teacher. But they pushing her to advocate y'all bullshit campaign to keep draining people out of money. Because like you said, the builders need money to build. We'll say you need funding for building. But you know ain't nobody going to send no fucking money for building. So you hide behind petitions and all this other bullshit y'all advocating about freedom as a teacher who don't need freeing.
You need freeing.
His terms before he was locked up. I don't know who that is talking for him. He told us in many of the classes, and y'all had the classes, and some of y'all was sitting in the classes. He said, I'm leaving one way or other in 2003. Either to jail or I'm leaving this motherfucker. Retirement to help pull y'all back into the proper state. He's supposed to be retired, but the devil got an extra 30 minutes, so he had to go in another 30 years. 2030. I mean, I'm 2000. My bad.
And no one wants to
Actually, 2003, give or take for the 3 or 4 years we lost with the Philadelphia experiment. Huh? I don't hear y'all building on that. Fucking dates you saying is fucking wrong.
Straight. You're right. He went there to retire. He went to Georgia, to Eatonton to retire. The flyer was out at the time. You get what I'm saying? Who took over?
Support the retirement of the land.
That's right.
I remember those scrolls. I remember that in the back of the scrolls heavy.
You said no one talked about that either. You get what I'm saying?
Support the retirement of the land.
Who took over? They don't want to tell you.
Who took over?
Who took over?
Who's this mascot that y'all trying to free? Because if you think he's coming out to continue teaching y'all, you fucking wrong.
Straight.
You could take that out of video calls too. He said, I just want to retire, go somewhere and die. Or live out the rest of my life. Whoever that is talking. Yes, it's his voice. It sounds like him.
Never said
yes,
Boston.
It sounds like him.
Never said Boston. He never said Canada. He never said the US. He never said Tamaray of the West. He said Africa.
Wherever they free me, so I can go finish the rest of my life in happiness.
Yep. I just feel like
he taught y'all.
I'm like, whoa, that's an edited conversation anyway. No.
Yeah, that's an idiot. That's an oxymoron.
I want to hear the rest of that sentence.
So y'all don't really truly believe in Yanun, Mikael, Murdoch, on and on. Y'all don't really believe in Gabriel, those entities. See, you don't believe in that.
I could have accepted.
Or not even. Because if you did, you know the teachings will never stop. It's galactical. It's spiritual. It's the Akashic records. It's the etheric cord that was severed. But those of us have reconnected it. Reconnect yours, my man, so you can get some of these light messages. That Patarak and that Nuwapi ain't helping you. I don't see y'all connected to the tunes and the vibration of the ancestors. Like in that memo says, like the elders said, for those of you who are truly connected to your ancestors, because not everyone is connected to their ancestors or speak to their ancestors. Y'all lying. You're giving praise and homage, but you're not actually talking to them. You haven't received the message. Mother or your father. I have. Or your brother, or your sister, or your nephew. I have. Call me crazy, call me whatever. I'm connected though. Doc. When he first mentioned it, I started doing it. Practicing it. Meditation classes all the way back in Brooklyn. I was going to meditation class in Coney Island with Bimelak. Yeah, on Mermaid Ave, my man. I was going to meditation classes on 13 or 18 Bushwick Ave with Sakina and them. We was been learning how to climb out of our body. And our mom sound chanting, meditating, concentrate on the green, and then bring your focus to the white and climb out. And then they would bring us back, climb back down. Remember those classes. You act like this is something new, man. It's just different terminologies with it. Like Master Sound Therapist Hooney said. Now you're talking about the kind of ba. When it's nothing but the what? The body and the spirit, or the body and the soul. And y'all Kaaba is turning into trash. Electromagnetic neutron mass. It's gonna be out soon. Y'all hear me? You know what I mean? Look up that. Look up electromagnetic. Look up neutron.
They ain't ready for that.
That means you anticipate back into matter to be reused, meaning you don't go back to a light body or no physical or spiritual life, period. It's trash, it's junk. You go back to the crazy, you're getting used as dust again, recycled.
Facts. That's what
not proton, not electromagnetic protoner. No. Neutron is nothing. It's negative. It's a conduct like the magnet, negative and positive. One is nothingness. The true essence of nothingness.
Hatum.
Hey, Makul or Malachi. Malachi, you got anything to say? I know we took over for a minute, but Makul, go ahead.
I'm here. I'm listening.
Oh, yeah. As I said, I don't have a problem with the doctrine. Well, I wouldn't even say doctrine. As I said, the information from the ancestors translated by the receiver. It's just the way, the concept, the religious concept that they're coming at us with. You know, they think they got some valid arguments with the point they make, and they got no points. Because the facts is the facts. And if you don't study, and if you don't, there ain't nothing wrong with having a teacher. You had a reverend, you had a Rabboni, you had all these things. But just showing that he had to enter those schools of thought, study hard, and immerse from it, and come out with the correct information for us. Now it's turned into some religious, oh yeah, we don't do religion. Well, then what's Imam Isa? What's, Reverend Dr. Malachi Z.U.? Why? Why the kippah? Why the, It's so farcical and so ridiculous and so aggressive. If you want to do that in your corner where you are, and you know, you didn't push out no books, but you just felt in your para that's what y'all wanted to do, that would be completely fine. But you putting it out to the world and you telling the other Nuwapians or Nuwaubians what to do, it's kind of uncomfortable at the moment because you're screaming for a leader. So without no leader, then you have no guidance, and with no guidance, you're trying to give instructions. Blind leading blind. We ain't about all that. We got master teacher. Now we master teachers, we graduated. Now it's on to the next step. Either you follow the instructions or you just, you know, don't start mixing it up with this Hindu stuff and Asian stuff, and, you know, it's all just confusion. And the main thing, as the brother said, you just want to sell books. The lawyer has become the head of the books. No one ain't seen the picture. Master teacher's name is nowhere on none of these new books. It'll be a considerable waste of effort since I've been sitting in jail and writing all these books, and you ain't even gonna put my name on it. Because you know plagiarism is a motherfucker. You even refrain from the cabina, putting it on the documents. Not that I ever necessarily saw it on there, but, you know, there was a couple Malachi K's and, oh, shit. KZ, yeah. Oh, man. But just the information is poor, man. It's poor. When you say you want to go to war with Chuck and all this type of stuff, you can't. You can't. I'm just telling you. As Yasar to Yasar. Yeah. That's why I said language. I don't understand how you can say language is important over the information. If the information is translated in English, then understand it in English first. Then you don't even want to understand it in its original tongue. That might be Arabic, it might be Hebrew, it might be, you know, Medineta, it might be. Y'all want to come with this new thing, which kind of goes against the ancient text and information of our ancestors. What are you saying our ancestors are wrong? That they need an update? Anu needs an update. He needs to know now it's not about the Anunnaki or the Anunnaki or the Neteru. No, sorry. Mr. Anu. Because that's how it sounded. Not to sound religious, but that is sounding blasphemous. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Or just not knowing. They say knowledge is knowing, and that's not knowing. Knowing who your ancestors are. Knowing who the creator is. Knowing who the, you know what I mean? Knowing who the all, what the all is. As I said many times, this basic kindergarten, you need to go back. And nothing wrong going back and, you know, but don't say cut it off and don't deal with it. And let's deal with this new information that you won't be able to break down without the old information. That have the facts that ain't even been discovered. And he told us about this and cover. He told us all what they were going to do. He gave them certain sciences. This is why I don't understand why you're saying they incarcerated the same man who gave millions to charity, you know, Supreme Grand Pontiff of Georgia. You know, it's just ridiculous. Dr. York, the disco singer. Where's the information? Why weren't it out in the local player from where he's from in New York? And at the time, Dr. York, the disco dancer, arrested and put in prison for 135 years? No. Just in Georgia, one particular news station and newspaper running the same story. And if the story is correct, the person's name's Dwight York, and they were 36 years old on arrest. For 1 year. No one can't explain that. It was quick to draw articles and something that
that's
someone else
crazy.
wrote. Yeah.
Right. How you got him under Dwight York and saying he's 36 years old? Huh?
No one can't explain. And Chuck, who's a researcher and all them, that's why I don't understand. You were there. You were still there at the time. How did all this information and all this good research slip under the radar? Now you just focused on what these Nuwaubians are doing. The beast that you created. Because all you on that Sixth Dynasty and thing, you all had your hands in the cookie jar. Beating up people for not getting their book money on time. Oh, yeah, bang, bang, bang. That was going on. I was doing it. Yeah. And that's the master teacher's fault. The failings of mortals. You ate him. You was attracted to him. You was attracted, no homo. Some of you even homo. But I just don't understand. It's just a bit too much.
Yo, but cool. What the blood clot? I caught that. Yo, you funny as shit. He said no homo, but some of y'all even homo. Yo.
It's true.
Well, I tell you. Yeah.
Who's this healer that returned from Egypt? It says posting it now. They like the healer has just returned from Egypt. The 10th April 2017 with a lot. Hold on. With a lot of power from Pa Najaru, the Tuma Amen Raya. I meant Amen Raya. He said this process has been the most powerful experience he and the others with him have ever experienced. Now, this is the healer that's telling them all to do the 9-day fast. Who is this healer?
Okay. Okay.
Who's this guy that returned?
It
says, can you imagine what it is like to talk directly with Pa Najaru? It would be amazing when the healer tells his account in Egypt. Now that's showing you he's not locked up. He went to Egypt went to the tomb, direct conversation. How the hell was that taking place?
No, you're saying the healer is who?
I don't know. And then give his name, who this healer guy is that came back.
And he went to, and he saw Pa who?
That's one of the names they say in the Patarak or the actual facts they call Doc, right? Pa Nadaru. Yeah, Najdaru. The Tuma Amen. He said he came. The healer has returned from Egypt.
Was that Negaru? Sorry. Was that word Negaru?
From Egypt, the 10th April 2017, with a lot of power from Pa Najaru. That's one of the names they call Pa on the actual facts and all that. In that,
okay.
On the titles, that's one of the names.
Okay. He said, I think I've seen it. Yeah.
Yeah. So
he went to Egypt. So he went to Egypt and he went to speak to Pa Najaru, who is the master teacher. So if he's in Colorado Supermax, how is he in? Is he omnipresent?
In the tomb.
In a
Right.
tomb? What the hell?
Yeah, that's what he said. He said, with a lot of power from Pa Najaru, the tomb of Amen Raya. Who's Amen Raya? Yeah. He said the process has been the most powerful experience he and the others with him have ever experienced. Imagine what it's like to talk directly with Pa Najaru. It would be amazing when he, the healer, tells of his account in Egypt.
Wow. Wow.
Then it goes into, we mentioned one of the processes that has Pa Nabab Yanin, Dr. Malachi York.
I saw one bit where it said quoted Mario saying that he looks healthy and all this type of thing. I don't know what that was about.
Yeah, because the last report they try to say he said he's getting better. That's what Victoria said. He's feeling better. He's getting healthier. Keep up the works to help keep him energized. You know, let's send out that vibration and that tone. You know, all this other Ray Ray.
So what now then? How they get money again? They're selling books. And what's the new plan? The Trump one, is it still a petition?
Yeah, because they need to finance the paperwork and pay the attorneys. All this costs money.
Mm-hmm. When in
Yeah,
actuality it doesn't.
Bill. Because the builders need money to build.
Build what?
New stores or whatever.
Yeah.
Now they talking about they refocusing on rebuilding something over here in Guyana. I don't know, man. This shit is mixed up for me.
Yeah. You're gonna get one there, you. Unc Tui's everywhere. Unc Tui's everywhere. Yeah. Unc Tui's on the beach. Unc Tui's in the snow. Unc Tui's in the projects. Unc Tui's in the Hamptons. It's world takeover, man. Nuwapians, the new gang. We got Bloods and Crips and Nuwapians.
Yeah, I know. I told you I seen the where they was throwing up in one of the videos at some parade or somewhere wherever they was at, talking to people, propagating, rolling out, throw up something. I forgot how they called it.
Probably threw at the end.
They called it something throwing up the Nuwaubians, some shit. We rolling out, roll out.
Wow. Funks.
Hip-hop.
Fuggery.
Yeah.
It's fucking URL.
All right.
Yeah.
So I don't know how much longer y'all want to go because.
Yeah, I'm practically done. The next time you see me, I'll be trying to do videos on this nigga, breaking some of them this false part to rats and actual facts as he disseminates. I'll be dissecting. So he better get his game tight and just read the holy tablets. You know what I mean? And keep his thoughts private, because actually publicly displaying his lack of knowledge is kind of embarrassing, I think.
Yeah, him and Consul Ray Ray.
Yeah.
Whatever the fuck.
Yeah.
He's talking about.
Oh, them. Unc Tui rap spin. Unc Tui rap spin.
On it.
Yeah. with all those
Break down about the
yeah. Break it
break
down.
down go.
Yeah,
Break
stay
it
away
down.
from stay away from the
Who
holy
is about
tablet. Talk about you have to go into the old stuff. You can do that. You can't. When we was in the old school, you weren't old enough. You know what I'm
if you
saying?
was born? Yeah,
Yeah, you would have had to been a fetus. Come on.
Prince York age or younger.
Yeah,
No.
you in between 24 and 19, nigga. Then it's an impossibility. It's not mathematically possible for you to be in any of the schools. Schools was well enclosed by the time you, and even the time you got in. You said you've been in this from 2011 or something. Can I ask you?
And yeah, he could.
You're a newbie, man. Ain't nothing wrong with that, but you feel you got mouth to talk or something to say. And on the new information or the new information you're giving, whatever. But with information, general knowledge and stuff, you just so inconsistent. It's unbelievable for someone of your age. And you got the internet and you got, tablets, computers, and all sorts of iMacs, iPads, iPhones, Samsungs. Goddamn. You can't just stick in one book. All that information is it's mind-boggling, especially when they've got it wrong. But I do believe they're finding their way a little bit.
Yeah, I believe that.
I do
Yeah,
believe they're finding their way, but it's been a
they don't
hard,
want to.
it's been a
Yeah,
hard,
they want to.
hard slog.
Yeah, they don't
Yeah.
want to outright see it, but yeah.
Sometimes I've been physically drained from it. I'd had 2 days out, even the assassin. Tired, vehemently arguing his point to then make another show later on.
We sound worse than Taboo, Nunu, and Chuck. Yeah,
Yeah.
we do, because we know what we talking about. You know that's relevant. That's why you said that.
Mm.
But you ain't even had the balls to stand up and bang with them. Talking about money and numbers and
Wow.
all this dumb shit. If
Well, it's not
Sinetta
supposed to
the
be about.
snake, get off grown man nuts, man.
Straight.
All the video viewers you got, you trying to say it's not enough for people? That wouldn't have been enough. You know how many people was tuned in ready for that? They slacked up on you, but at first they was getting on you, but you rubbed some shit on them. You know what I mean? Put a band-aid on them a little, and they accepted that bullshit. How could you accept an excuse of this nigga's credit ain't his they viewings ain't up? Nigga, your viewings should be up then. The Sabu viewings is up, and we're part of the reason why his viewings is up. So 630 would have been a view. Why your viewings would have came up to be on this platform of a Sabu or Sinetta. Sabu platform bigger than yours. So y'all two together combined with six dynasty, that would have been a big review. But the truth, you was scared. And I'm taking back what you said, McCool. You know, oh, he's swift. You know, got some shit. He knows some shit. Well, show display it.
Ain't showing improvement.
Display it. Where you was reading that bullshit, Chuck, you called yourself. You still ain't finished debunking the 360 questions he said. And you barely was doing that. Barely was making sense. What you was trying to use to do it. Go into the old teachings and the old dealings. You had to go in on a holy tablet. But they really ain't attacking Dr. York, see? All the holy tablets of the old scroll. They attacking the pot to rock, nigga.
That's right.
Tanu and Chuck are really attacking pot to rock. Everyone knows that's not the master teacher. So as you saying you know the master teacher by his voice, well, we know the master teacher is by his writings too.
That's right. By his work. That ain't
So
it.
that work ain't that pot to rock work ain't his work. Even if it's 3-page letters that y'all putting together, it would still be more extensive. And whoever's putting together the books now ain't the ones that was putting them together then. Lost your finesse with that. Finesse. Lost your finesse with that. Because that finessing ain't, I read it, that's what turned me against it. Not me going by the old teachers. I took the old teachers that I already knew and read to know that you was putting old teachings in something new.
Mm-hmm. Then changing the words.
And the rest of the shit is coming from the Sumerian Bible that y'all won't give the people.
Mm-hmm.
You
Telling us.
yeah,
Telling.
mental hotep and the elders that's doing it.
Exactly.
That's holding these Sumerian tablets. Chuck even admitted to me that he had the Sumerian tablet, meaning that he was amongst the school at that time. He received it with an early edition, like the master teachers did, those that had or tabernacles or stores. They received the information and learned it first before they was able to talk and give it out in class.
Mm-hmm.
So he ain't lying on that. And he knows who's putting it together. And I acknowledge what he said when he said it because I was already thinking the same thing. Personally, on the phone. So yeah, Mental Hotep and these dudes is playing a fucking game. And don't say I don't know Mental Hotep because I do. Held his daughter in my arms, all that. You know his old wife, all that, man. I was there. I was in the DC Tabernacle too. I was over there in 97. When I moved to Maryland. Sakina gave me the contact information to contact them. See? So y'all niggas be talking like I'm not connected or wasn't connected. Mistaken, my boy. Sadly mistaken. Oh, man. These dudes.
Yep. Well, we know Freestyle Friday be tomorrow. So
Yeah, Freestyle Friday. You know that's where it really go to. We gonna get freestyle.
but yeah, big up to brother Malachi.
Yes, brother
Bless.
Malachi. Thanks for the
Bless.
work you're doing.
Mentally.
You're doing great work,
Yep.
brother. This is what all Nuwapians should be doing. If not all, those that truly say they stand on the pot of rock or the teachers, you should be making videos. Now you should be waiting for Nuwapian assassin, somebody else to fight your fight. Fight your own fight.
Reach one, teach one.
Go into these dudes' platforms and disrupt them then. Okay?
Yeah,
Like we come in y'all to disrupt y'all shit. When we want to, when we feel free, when we feel like coming in there, yeah, we come in there.
Polite, it don't matter. Chuck Morgan, everyone gets it from me.
Don't matter.
Don't matter. Ain't no real scholars, so you know, the real scholars we show respect and admiration to.
Yep.
If I happen to bump into Ashra Kwesi I'm gonna give him his respect. I learned a lot from him. I'll be like, yo, Mr. Kwesi, sir, you know, I like that Christianity versus Egyptian mythology or so, where you kick down the pulpit and you said, "What Jesus preacher? Blow! What Jesus preacher?" That was his entrance onto the stage. I was cracking, you know. If I got the opportunity to speak to Baba Ashra Kwesi, yeah, that's what I'll be talking about. I'll be like, yeah, I love that. That was a great debate. You know what I mean? The Christian guy was like, I know Tammuz. I know Tammuz. After round one, you gotta say, you know, when Kwesi came in, kicked down the pulpit, kicked down the mic. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's the most I've ever seen Brother Ashra Kwesi do, ever. You know what I'm saying? But this was the great debate. You know what I mean? He came down and kicked down the pulpit, kicked down the phone. Kicked down the microphone stand. I was laughing my head off. What Jesus preacher? Blow! What Jesus preacher? Because the man came in talking about Jesus, quoting the Bible and all that. Kwesi said, hell no. Blow! Kick down the thing, put on the slideshow. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
This is thing. This is that. You know what I mean? This is your Yahshua story. This is your Moses. You know what I mean? Gave the name Tepan Ra and blah, blah, blah and translated, but the Medinet ain't been translated. That one's to young Pharaoh. Young Pseudo, sorry, should I say. You know what I mean? It's ridiculous, man. All go and learn from these elders and thing and give them their respect, man, because we all did. And if we didn't do it independently, we were led to it by the master teacher. What the hell? All of a sudden, now him and Dr. Ben weren't friends, and him and Dr. Sabi and da-da-da-da, but he told you to eat holistically. So how you gonna do that if you ain't gonna listen to Dr. Sabi or Ashby? You know, when it came to meditation, but that nigga was boring as hell. You know, respect to the brother.
Yeah.
But yeah, back in the day when it's like, oh man, Dr. Ashby, man, oh man, I'm gonna fall asleep.
Let me make
he was a Nuwapian as well. You know what I mean? Everyone just had their different style. His thing was meditation, and you know, Dr. Sabi's was about the you know, the medical, your body, your thing, how much salt, how much thing, how much what you should eat, electric foods, and you know, all part of the same tree stem. And even those who weren't, we was encouraged to study that information. Whether it's Elijah Muhammad, you know. I've been reading Dr. Van Sertima, you know.
Yeah.
All of these great scholars and griots and, you know.
See, the thing is though, right? The you know, because I respect them teachers too. You know, them teachers, I never read it. I never really read their work.
Yeah.
But the difference is that Dr. York kept on, you know, making it clear that he wasn't a preacher, a reverend. You know, he was clearly just a teacher. Now we got a lot of historians who just teach history, you know, and that's fine. But from my perspective, I want to make the distinction from my teacher that these dudes was not even on the level of what we're being in tune with that this man brought. You know, it's different dimensions of the effect that it has. You know what I'm saying? Good or bad. So what I mean is things are written down a certain way, right? So they can be received a certain way. Certain thing, the whole alignment, how to do certain things as far as religion, doctrine, keep become, you know, learn your Moorish rights and that type of stuff, you know, all the way up into where you know you're above all titles. You know what I'm saying? Above to you above all everything. But so that's not the point I want to make. The point I want to make is the distinction of when we're talking about who is who. Because when you look around, and you understand everybody is a living deity. Everybody sleeps and has these dreams that we're talking about. So therefore, everybody here is here for a reason, and their reason would play out in their works. So for instance, us being here where we are now, talking about what we are, this is what it's supposed to be like, because these are the type of beings we are. You know what I'm saying? We're defenders and protectors of the information that we received on this level.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So when you look at the levels, I mean, let's be honest. I got some videos where I'm pointing out the statues existing in tribes today, physically alive, in the traditions.
Yeah.
But then we have tours still taking people to see a statue, talking about a 10,000 year history. So and on these levels, you begin to understand where the Masonic understanding comes in. And you can control people's minds, and you can keep them stagnant simply by showing them dead statues. And that's all religion. Whether you say it's not religious, you're still not giving them what they need. You're giving them. You see what I'm saying? That's why he said I had to give you what you wanted, because that's what people want. People want to hear their old ancient history and all this type of stuff. And that's fine, but you gotta, again, so Brother Smalls, Professor Smalls. Now again, I'm not making no friends, you know what I'm saying? But Professor Smalls, he wears a more hat behind closed door. He's talking about he a Mason. So he's a Mason behind closed door. He has on the feds, but then he's also on record saying the more is this, the more is that, you know. So it's all part of the game, is what I'm saying. It's all part of the chess game when you really understand it, have an overstanding. That people would know the truth and then just come out, and because you feed off of the energy of not knowing and confusion, you'll keep on buying books, you'll keep on buying this and buying that, revolutionary talk, all that type of stuff, you know. Million Man marches. Who makes the money during the Million Man March? Who makes the transportation money? Who makes the store money? Who's making all that money when all these people are gathering? No one's really talking about economics as a nation. So we got to really make the distinction of who's helping out the nations and who's trying to build their own nation. See what I'm saying? People's views still benefit the nation they oppose. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Their views still. So that's the point. Going on television ranting about X, Y, and Z without doing it, you know, that's what the people want to hear for that game. But it's not beneficial. So to those teachers, you know, that were in these lodges, they have this overstanding. How many of them really came out and broke the codes? How many of them really broke? I only understand this because of the one I decided to be taught by. But I'm just saying, who came out and broke the codes that took people away from dead statues, right? The books of the dead and all this type of stuff, and brought it alive and physical. So I just wanted to make that. I just wanted to just make that historian difference to this supreme being difference. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that's a fact.
Who gathered up all this works, and people still don't know how they do it. People try to say plagiarism, whatever. They can't even plagiarize 100. They can't even plagiarize 10 books legally, or whatever the case may be. You see what I'm saying? You can't even do anything, right? So I'm just saying the whole order, the language, a lot of work has been done. It's obvious, it's evident, you know, and that's just that, man. Them teachers, they cool. But I mean, it's cold too, because even back then, you know, COINTELPRO, like we see now with the brother Irritated Genie and his involvement with what he was going through, that's been taking place since the early times. So a lot of teachers that's been teaching, you know, they sound good, like the brother Irritated Genie. They sound real good, but there's an order behind closed doors that's taking place. You see what I'm saying? And they following that order. And that's playing with people's emotions. You can get out here and you can rev people up. You can say Black Power. You can say Black Lives Matter. You could do all this type of stuff, but what it is, because the truth of the matter is, people, the elite know you're not gonna do anything. They'll know when you're ready to do something. They'll know that based on economy, based on when people start pulling out and not, benefiting what they have established economically, whether that be certain food, certain entertainment, certain stuff like that. You understand what I'm saying? That's when you know a revolution is brewing. You don't know a revolution is brewing when people are outside screaming and yelling. That's militant, and they can always put a hate group kind of title over you because with that rah-rah, like you be saying, Michael, ain't no rah-rah type dude never changed the dynamics of the way the system is.
That's right.
And until you change the perception, change images black, change, teach black history, truth, and all them type of things that had to take place, you're not really doing nothing. You know what I'm saying? You're not really doing anything, honestly, because if you send people, right?
Pardon me, excuse me.
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Malachi, Terry said you gotta send him an invite. That's why he ain't been back yet. He can't get in.
All right, tell him I'll send it right now.
All right, but go ahead.
Yeah, I was just wrapping up. That was just about it. I just wanted to make
because you said some shit though. You was on point. That's why I love you, little bro. You do more work than these niggas do.
That's right.
The path to back to defend shit when there's a whole bunch of information out here to defend or to talk or reference from, since they like referencing.
That's right.
Right.
They forgot they supposed to study everything under the sun, moon, and stars.
That's right.
Other people's teachings too. I'm not saying that that's the reason why I don't study Patarak. It's just that I don't need it.
No.
But I am gonna start studying just so I can. Since y'all talk that shit, I'm gonna start studying it so I can debunk the shit.
Right.
I ain't spending no money on it though.
Tell you that. You better give that for free. Send it over. Nope. Sure, any Paras watching. Yeah. You better donate to the masters. Since you say we need updating, you better come correct as well.
Yeah, you say you don't need no money, Nuwapians assassin. So buy some Pataraks and send it to us, brother.
Straight.
Or should I watch them boring classes on it that put me to sleep every time I try to watch one?
Hell yeah. Boring.
They read it from the paper, they don't even know it yet.
Yep.
It ain't even within themselves yet.
Yeah. They believe
Master
it. They
teachers didn't come out like that back in the day. You had to know it before you started talking about it.
Fuck.
Break it down without reading some of it. It make no sense.
Crazy. Well, anyway, you saw as I'm out. I gotta come back. I gotta go out.
All right, brother Maku.
Yeah. Oh, glad to see you back, brother Terry.
Hey, peace and divine blessings. I just want to say, want you to hear my tone before you leave. I always appreciate all that you do, Master Maku, and my brother-in-law, the Phenom, and everyone up here, brother Terry, Master Terry. I just want to share this right quick. Can I share something right quick before we sign off here?
Most definitely.
And this is for people don't. I know a lot of people don't know me, but I got some real big hands. I want to haul off and slap a whole lot of people who try to downplay the sacred spiritual master teaching, and I think it was Malachi's disciple that was speaking about. He was using the term "who." Now, for those of us who remember, there was an old book, one of those Ansar doctrine books. Matter of fact, I don't even think it was a doctrine book. It was just an Ansar pamphlet that was called "Who's Who" on planet Earth, or "Who's Who," right?
Yep.
Now, I know we talked a lot, and we spoke about different tribes and all kind of things, but I want to share this miracle for the people who doubt. Even back then, he was sharing with us about how the lost tribe for those who's into the Bible, how they blended and became one, Judah and Dan, right?
Yeah.
And even within the scriptures that can be seen right here today, right? It spoke about how that tribe became one and left out of what they're calling Yisrael or Israel and migrated into Africa. And they took the route in between not the Red Sea, but that little strip where it was almost like a hop, skip, and a jump, okay, for some of the Benjamites. Now, this is what he was teaching back then, right? Now, people call it, fiction. They can call it everything, but you can be found right here in the Bible right now. Now, this is before the internet. This is before DNA research. All of this stuff that he was putting in those pamphlets in the early 70s, in the late 70s, early 80s. Now, through DNA research, okay, and a lot of these tribes, like the Limba tribe, and a lot of these tribes that was spread all over Nuba in the continent, or what they call in Africa nowadays, they're tracing back their culture and they're coming forth, showing and proving who and what they are. And even the Europeans are doing DNA research on these people. My main point is this: it's before all of this modern technology that we have today, he was putting this inside of these books way back when. And if he didn't put it in a book, he actually taught it in one of the classes. So again, that's that pimp slap. I want to haul off and slap people who underestimate the gift
Facts.
that he was for us. And again, I'm almost at the end where we speak about the way, when you call it Patarik, Tarak, or whatever. That real way is always going to be inward, regardless of who brought what or when. It's still going to be inward. Even if you read a book externally, an external book, to help bring out or motivate or stimulate something inside of us, it's the real journey is always going to be an inside journey. That's the real way.
That's a fact.
Okay? So on that note, man, I love each one of us that gather from time to time. I can't thank my brother-in-law enough, with much love and respect to my twin spirit and everyone who's listening now, man. And on that note, the master sound therapist, Nuwaubians, Magic Man, is also signing off. Until the next bill.
Yeah. I shook, brother honey. I shook. Yeah. Your wise words are always necessary. You get what I'm saying? Always relevant and always powerful. So, that's why we masters, man. There's many levels to this. Yeah. We got Yodas up in here.
Yeah.
We got Master Windows. Yeah, it's some real Jedi order up in here. We got some mannequins.
Yeah. Got Obi-Wan.
We got Obi-Wans. Go on, Sam. Rapping. I'll be rapping that Obi. I'll be rapping that Obi all day long. You get what I'm saying? We got some Qui-Gon Jinns.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Count Dooku's. We got a couple Count Dooku's too.
Princess Leia.
Yeah, Princess Leia's and all sorts. You know what I'm saying? The one. God. But yeah.
That's right.
Peace and love to the family.
You,
yeah, man. Love
Peace
you
out,
too, bro.
Ashug.
Yeah, Ashug. Brother Malachi. Peace. We're talking about half hour or so when I come back.
What happened?
Yeah, no, I said we'll talk in about half hour when I come back, man. You know what I mean? Offline and shit. But yeah, peace and love and respect for this.
Always.
As we do.
Bro, blessings. What do?
What do?
Malachi, I'm going to say peace to you too, man. Hua, Ashug. Love you, bro. Terry, I love all y'all. You know that. Yeah, my brothers.
Love you too.
Everything.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, my family. Yeah, make my day. You make my time. As always, young Malachi, you putting that work in, man. I take my hat off, like I always say. I salute you. At least you take initiative to put work in, defend.
Appreciate
it. In his works. And brothers, it's not going unnoticed. Brothers on Facebook recognize you, man. and they share your information. So, keep it up, man. We all got a degree of how we come. That's why we all on the platform. We can understand each other, overstand each other. We get at each other at times. We debate over information, just to sharpen each other, and we always come to agreement or a clear understanding of it. Whether one's down, one's low, one's up, we always come to meet at the same. You know what I mean? As always, it's never, oh, I ain't talking to this motherfucker again and all this. We pull each other up by the boots, straps, as they say.
Facts.
You know what I mean? You too, Terry. You already know, man. Keep that. Don't let nobody discourage what you're doing. How you do it. You see, you had to make him. You had to make him acknowledge you. He had to say big respect and big up to you on that. The smartest, the breakdown I ever heard break down.
Right.
You know what I mean? When that brother said that, like, he took me to another
Do
level.
it for the people.
And he said, I didn't know about this. I had to do more studies. So I ain't going to speak on it until I do more studies. And that's what we do, man. Whatever I don't know, I don't speak on. I let my brothers speak on. Whatever I didn't study, I let them. And I acknowledge through what they saying is true, because I know they're not just talking. I know truth resonates with me. I know when one is speaking truth. I remember it as you're saying it.
Facts.
So on that note, Malachi, you close out how you see fit, you and Terry. Y'all started it, y'all close it. If I got a show coming up in a minute too, it's Thursday. She do a woman's show on her own.
Definitely tune into that. Definitely gonna tune in.
So will I.
Yeah, that's about it. Terry, you want to add anything if you want?
Yes, please. I got cut off earlier. I don't know what occurred. I guess the electromagnetism was high, So I'm gonna close out by stating my intentions was not to bash or come at Assassin or Brother Kabina Ray in a degrading way. I was just trying to address his statement. He made a call out to general masses, to whoever knows, to step forth, and I knew, so I stood forth. I love my brother and I love Wu Nuwabu. It is the way, and I will live this to the day I exit this physical. You know what I mean? But I will say that I am still limited because I have not mastered the language. I desire the old Nuwabian dialect. I want to be able to, my intentions is and will be fulfilled that I will learn to read it, speak it, and write it. And then from within it, come up with the proper dialect to where we don't use the I as the dominant pronoun to describe oneself. I would like to, or my intentions would be to fulfill the language by taking it to a form where it would be spoken like our ancient indigenous brothers spoke, like they used we and like they use terminology that would come from a group perspective. You know what I mean? Not using a definite pronoun I. It's like a oversaturation of individualism, and I think that's what causes the disharmony between us. So, I mean, Brother Kabina Ray, you were right. You got an argument there as far as us with the language, but that's coming. That's next. We will be addressing that, and we will be coming for the original dialect. So I have a call out to anyone that is well versed and well articulate with the old Nuwabian dialect. Please step forth and guide us to be able to articulate and submerge ourselves in that dialect. So I'm gonna close on that. Peace, love, and light. And thank you, Brother Malachi, for giving me your platform to get this message out there to the people. That's why I do it, for the people, our melanated people.
Well said, brother. Well said. And shoot, the platform's yours anytime. I'm just trying to get the message out there because I see, it needs to be done. And who better than us? So I'm gonna close out with that. Rahul back to the family, and Wadu.
Wadu.